Amish Dead and Breakfast, written by Samantha Price, narrated by Sarah Morsi. Chapter 1. "What are you writing in that journal, Ettie? You've been at it for hours." From her usual chair, Elsa May peered over the top of her knitting glasses. "I'm just working on some private thoughts, that's all." Elsa May chuckled. "Thoughts are just thoughts. Why would you have to work on them?" "I just am." "Well, tell me what your thoughts are. Read out what you've written." It didn't surprise Ettie that her nosy sister completely ignored the word private when she had just now used it to describe her thoughts. Ettie gazed down at her page. Telling her older sister no was never going to end well. "Here's one." Ettie flipped over a few pages and read a thought she was willing to share. "What you don't know by now, you'll never know." Elsa May's knitting needles clicked together a few times, adding some more stitches to her row. "That doesn't sound right." Ettie knew it wouldn't make sense to her. That's why she wasn't happy about sharing her journal entries. They were private, as she'd said. But since she had started living with Elsa May years ago, it seemed nothing was private anymore. "It makes sense to me. Think about it for a moment, and you'll see it's right." "But you will know what you don't know when someone tells you what it is. What about this instead? What you don't know is everything you know." "No, that's not right. What you don't know, you don't know." "There, that's better." Let me think on that for a moment." Ettie tapped her pen against her chin. "That's exactly the same as what I said, except you changed it around. You're a copycat." Elsa May came to the end of the row and started another. "I don't think you're at all right. I guess that's what happens now we're over 80. They say the mind deteriorates." "I don't believe that will happen to us. I'm just the same as ever, and so are you." "I know I am, but I've yet to figure out how your mind works, Ettie." "It's simple." Elsa May gave a little chuckle. "I'm afraid I have to agree with you there." Ettie frowned. "About what?" "Your mind being simple." "Elsa May, you know that's not what I meant. I'm just trying to have carefully thought out thoughts."
"Should I ask why?"
"No."
"That's it." Snowy woke up from his nap in his dog bed and stared at Elsa May as she shoved her knitting into the bag by her feet. He knew that tone she got in her voice sometimes, and so did Ettie. It was never good. Ettie was just as apprehensive as Elsa May's small dog. Her sister was angry, fed up. Now they were in for a big argument. The best thing Ettie could do was keep quiet, or agree with Elsa May, or they'd end up not talking for days. The house was way too small to do that again so soon. Ettie closed her journal and looked over, watching her sister all the while. "That's it," Elsa May repeated. "We're going out. Get changed into your going-out clothes."
"But we went out yesterday."
"It doesn't matter. You're sounding like you're bored. You won't knit or sew or do anything useful. You just sit there looking all depressed and muttering to yourself as you write things down. The next thing you'll do is start complaining, and I can't take that anymore."
"I did all my chores this morning. That's useful, and I'm not bored. I'm happy writing my words."
Elsa May huffed. "Busy making up nonsensical nonsense. Let's get out of the house. It's a lovely day. The sun is shining, the birds are out, singing their songs. You'll feel better in the fresh air."
Ettie smiled, grateful she'd misread her sister's intentions. She was being nice for once. "Where will we go?"
"Wherever we want." "Well, get ready. Don't just sit there with that look on your face." Elsa May took off her knitting glasses and looped them over the top of her apron. Ettie got to her feet before her sister changed her mind. As they walked to the shanty down the road to call a taxi,
Ettie thought about some close friends. "I've been wondering how Thomas and Greta are getting along with that old house they're fixing up." "Oh, yes. They said it'll be ready for paying guests soon. Greta says they're turning people away, and she doesn't like doing that." "I'd love to have a look and see what they've done with the place. The bishop even allowed them to have electricity for the guests." "They've been working on it for about a year, so it must be nearly done. Let's go there first, and then we'll go into town and have a look around the shops. If Thomas and Greta aren't home, we can walk into town from there." "That sounds good." It was rare that Ettie and Elsa May agreed on something. When the taxi pulled up outside Thomas and Greta's house, they saw the outside of it had roses everywhere in large white urns. "Here we are." "It does look good with the flowers everywhere." Ettie paid the driver and was anxious to have a look at all the lovely flowers. "Oh, it looks delightful," Elsa May said. When they had taken a good look around, Ettie pointed to the garden where there was an arch entwined with roses. "What's going on there?" "Let's have a closer look." As they passed the front door, Ettie grabbed Elsa May's sleeve. "Hey, look there!" Ettie pointed to a framed sign that read, "Welcome to the wedding of Richard and Jessica." "They must be having a wedding here today. An Englisher wedding." Ettie looked in the direction of the taxi. It was too late to signal for the driver to come back. "We won't disturb them. We'll leave," Elsa May said. "Let's walk into town. It's a lovely day for a stroll." Ettie thought about Elsa May's feet. Lately she'd been complaining about them. "It depends. Do you have the right shoes on today?" Elsa May looked down at her shoes. "I do. These are my old ones. They're good for walking." "Glad to hear it." As they walked toward the entrance of the gardens, Elsa May grumbled. "You'd think Greta would have told us she had the place up and running. It's a little rude."
"I'd say no one else knew either. No one said anything."
Ettie and Elsa May stopped in their tracks when Greta hurried out the door toward them. "Greta, what's wrong?" Elsa May asked.
"Everything. Firstly, it's Thomas. He's missing."
Ettie asked,
"Where did you last see him?"
"He was here this morning. At 7 this morning, I sent him to the bakery to collect the things we ordered for the wedding." "There is a wedding here today?" Elsa May asked. "We thought so." "Yes, everything's gone wrong, and this is the couple's special day. Richard Condike is such a prominent man that if he talks bad about us, it could ruin us for holding events here." Ettie saw Greta was close to tears.
"The day's not over. It hasn't even begun."
Greta leaned against the wall of the house. "I called the bakery and they said he'd already been and gone. So where is he? Time's ticking away. The groom nearly canceled once when he found out the chef he was flying in from Europe couldn't be here."
"Who's doing the cooking now?"
"Their wedding planner found a local chef, but that was before the groom fired her."
"Fired the wedding planner or the chef?"
Ettie asked. "The groom fired the wedding planner. Now half the waiters have come down with the flu and we don't have enough workers for the wedding." "The flu?" Elsa May covered her mouth. "Don't worry, they haven't been here. I need your help. Could you two possibly help me out today? I'll pay you." A tear fell down Greta's cheek. "I think 2 extra would do it. It would really help me out." Elsa May and Ettie stared at each other. "What do you think, Ettie?" "Oh, please, you must do it," Greta urged. Ettie smiled at Greta.
"Of course we'll help. We won't take payment."
"What can we do?" Elsa May asked Greta. Ettie was a little excited to have something new and different to do, and it was far better than staying at home listening to Elsa May clickety-clacking her knitting needles together. That noise was grating on her last nerve, and who didn't love a wedding? "Thank you so much. I'll be forever grateful.
You'll mostly be taking food from the kitchen to the reception room. Lorenzo is the chef. He'll tell you what needs doing. He's in charge of that part of things. I'll introduce you. Again, thank you both so much. You're really getting Thomas and me out of a jam. Now I have one less thing to worry about." Greta put her hand on her chest and breathed out heavily. Then she looked out toward the road. Where could Thomas be? I'm sure he'll be back soon. I hope so, because we need the food for the wedding. I'll take you to Lorenzo. The food will be gourmet from all around the world. I will find a way to repay you both if you insist on refusing payment. It's not necessary, Elsa May told her. We're glad to have something to do. You can talk with Thomas about it when he finally decides to show up. I'm sure he'll insist you're paid. They followed Greta through the large double doors of the newly renovated house. I'll give you a proper tour, but there's no time. I'll show you around afterward. We just need to get through this day. Ettie took everything in as they walked. The bottom half of the walls were highly varnished wooden panels, and the upper part was plasterboard, painted dark green. You've done amazing things with the place. Last time I was here, it was all falling down. The walls had peeling wallpaper. Greta said over her shoulder. It's a proper bed and breakfast now, or will be soon. Having this wedding here will give us enough money for us to fix the remaining upstairs bedrooms. Richard Klondike is a very wealthy man, and he's paying a lot to have his wedding here. At first we said no because the place wasn't ready. But the bride loved this place, and so he insisted, even when we said the place wouldn't be finished. He kept putting his price up and up until we had to agree. Sounds like a man who knows what he wants, Ettie said. Oh dear, I hope that nothing has happened to Thomas. It's most unlike him. He takes a half an hour to get to the bakery and come back. He's been gone since early this morning. Should someone try to find him? Ettie suggested. There's no one to spare. Greta stepped into the kitchen and introduced them to Lorenzo, the chef. He was a clean-shaven, bald-headed man, tall with large muscles. He was nothing like Ettie expected. When he put his hand out to shake, Ettie noticed tattoos all over the back of his hands. She wasn't used to seeing someone like him. Lorenzo told them what they needed to do. We're having 2 different dishes for the entrees and 2 for the mains. We are doing alternate drops. And what does that mean? Elsa May asked. His dark eyebrows pinched together. Alternate drops is where we alternate the dishes on the table. One person has one thing and the person beside them is having something else. Ah, I see. What if they'd rather have what the person next to them has? His lips turned down at the corners. Not my problem. They can trade it. He passed them the menu. This is what we're having. Everyone's uptight because the groom's a pretty big deal. If he likes my food, it'll be great for my career. So do your best to get things out quickly. We will. It's imperative that everything goes seamlessly. He looked them up and down. I guess you'll be better than nothing. I have to work with what I'm given. I've got 4 more staff coming soon. That'll make 6 of you in total. He glanced at his watch. I won't need you for another hour. The wedding party is coming here before their guests to get their photos taken. They're due here soon. Keep out of their way. Kitchen staff always stay out of the guests' way. Ettie thought he was a little rude. Okay, we'll be back. Ettie and Elsa May walked out of the kitchen. As they walked off to find Greta, they passed a room with an open door. Elsa May wandered in, so Ettie followed. Elsa May put her hands on her hips. There's no bed in here. No, but there are books. This must be the library, or a quiet place the guests can go to. Elsa May looked at the green walls. Interesting color choice. It is lovely. I never would have thought about using this color, but it looks great in here. It's the same as the hallway.
The red cushions on one of the chairs moved, and Ettie yelped and grabbed Elsa May's arm. "What is it?" Elsa May snapped, pushing her away. By then, a ginger tabby cat had emerged from beneath the cushion. Ettie relaxed. "Oh, it's just Pickles. Will you look at him, Elsa May? He's all grown up now." Elsa May looked down her nose at the feline. "Well, what do you expect? They got him a year ago. That's how long it's been since we visited them." Movement outside the window caught Ettie's eye. A long black limousine had stopped out front. "Oh, look, it must be the happy couple." The sisters moved closer and stared out the window. Their view was partly obstructed by a large hedge. Then the couple came into full view as they walked hand in hand into the garden. They were followed by 2 photographers. "They make a lovely couple, don't they? She's so pretty and so slender. I was like that once." "No, you weren't." "I was." "And how can you tell she's pretty under all that makeup? Just look at those red lips, would you?" Elsa May tisked. "The red matches the flowers in her bouquet." "I've never seen anyone paint on bright red lips for her wedding, even an Englisher wedding." Ettie stared at her sister. "And exactly how many Englisher weddings have you been to?" "Oh, Ettie, you know I haven't actually been to any, but I've seen enough in my time. I've driven past the brides walking from the cars to the churches." "I think she's lovely, and look at him, all tall with broad shoulders. I like a man with broad shoulders." Elsa May's bottom jaw jutted out. "It's what's inside that counts, and you shouldn't be thinking about those things at your age. And don't look at him like that." "Like what? I'm just looking." Ettie had to hold in her laughter. "I think they look like a very attractive couple. They're pleasing to look at. It's their special day, and I'm happy for them. I prefer to say nice things about people." "Yeah, me too." Ettie stared at Elsa May, who was still looking out the window at the couple. "You prefer to say nice things?" "Exactly. Now come along. We should make ourselves useful." Elsa May headed for the door. Ettie followed. "Right now they're full of all kinds of possibilities and ideas." Elsa May stopped, and Ettie nearly ran into her. "Who?" "The happy couple. They'll be wondering how many children they'll have. Will they have problems, disagreements? Where will they live? And how long will they live there? They won't be thinking of problems. They'll only be seeing the roses of life." Elsa May chuckled. "I think they're wondering much less than that. If he's rich, he'll be worried about a million different things. With money comes an assortment of problems. She'll be worried about how long her looks will last and whether he'll stay true." "Oh, that's a dreadful thing to say. You just said you only say nice things. How could you say something like that about them on their wedding day?" "They can't hear me. They're outside and they're too far away." "I know, but still. Didn't you say you like to say good things?" Ettie repeated. "I'm just saying what I think, and there's nothing wrong with that. I've read that Englisher marriages don't last long. I've heard nearly every second one ends in divorce." Elsa May shook her head. "Stop it. You're being disagreeable. I just said you should not be grumpy, and you keep doing it. I'm not staying to listen to any more." Ettie was annoyed that she couldn't stand there and admire the handsome couple and soak in the serenity of the surroundings. Elsa May had ruined it for her. She moved past Elsa May and was out the door first and into the hallway. Then Ettie noticed Thomas and Greta at the end of the hallway, but they hadn't seen her. He had his hands full of white plastic bags, and Greta was speaking in a raised voice. Ettie was shocked and froze to the spot. She was soon joined by Elsa May, who saw what was happening. She, too, stopped still.
Then Greta left him and walked toward them. She didn't even seem bothered that they'd overheard her. "He's back, as you can see," she said as she sailed past them. Ettie's gaze followed her down the hall, and when she turned around, Thomas was gone. Ettie walked ahead of Elsa May and found Thomas in the kitchen. "Can we help you with anything, Thomas?" Thomas looked up, surprised to see them.
"We're helping out today," Elsa May told him.
"Are you all right, Thomas? Greta was worried sick about you."
He nodded to the bags he'd just placed down on the island countertop. "I got everything she asked for."
"That's good."
Lorenzo, the chef, took what he needed and walked away. Then Thomas moved closer to the sisters and whispered, "Don't tell Greta. I didn't want her to worry. I hit my head. I was knocked out cold. I had to wait long enough until I could bring the horse and buggy back home."
Ettie studied his head. There was no sign of having been hit, no cuts and no abrasions. "Should you go to the doctor?"
"Or the hospital?" Elsa May asked. "No."
"How did it happen?"
"I fell and hit the back of my head on the sidewalk, on the curb."
He took off his hat and turned around. He ran a hand through his hair.
"Can you see anything?"
"No, not a thing."
"Good, because I can't wear my hat when I'm serving at the wedding." He looked down at his clothes. "Better put on my Sunday best. This man's paying a lot to have his wedding here, and he expects the best."
Ettie bit her lip. Hearing that again made her nervous. Elsa May and she weren't the best servers. They weren't that fast. Not like a 20-year-old would be. Thomas went to walk away.
"You be careful, Thomas. You should go to the hospital and be checked," Elsa May told him again. "No, I'm fine. You could have been killed. Head injuries and falls are big killers of people over 60. God spared me. It wasn't my time to go home."
Thomas walked away, leaving Ettie and Elsa May to stare at each other.
"He should have told Greta the truth," Elsa May grumbled. "Now I feel uncomfortable knowing that he lied to her. We know, and if we don't tell her, are we lying to her too?"
Ettie tapped a finger on her chin. "That's a thought."
"Yeah, write that one down in your book."
"Maybe I will. He was only worried about her, and I do think he's right. Let him tell her tomorrow when she hasn't got all this burden on her shoulders. I think he's done the right thing."
"Yeah, you would think that."
Ettie narrowed her eyes. "What's that supposed to mean?"
They were interrupted by Lorenzo, who announced he wanted to talk with all the waitstaff. When they and the other 4 servers were gathered in a corner of the large kitchen, he told them what was expected.
When Greta came back into the room, she took Ettie and Elsa May aside and gave them ham salad sandwiches to help get them through the day. Ettie wasn't really hungry, but she wasn't sure when she'd get her next meal. How long would the wedding reception last? Surely as soon as they served the meal, they'd be finished. Snowy was home alone. Chapter 2. As the waiters watched the chef and his assistant plate the food, Elsa May whispered to her, "Look at these meager portions. Is that all they get?" Ettie saw the chef wasn't adding more to the plates. "It seems so." "Isn't the meal after the wedding supposed to be a feast? This looks more like a famine." Ettie couldn't help laughing. She'd been thinking the very same thing. One of the waiters turned around and whispered, "It's gourmet food." "Yeah, well, if that means barely there in another language, then I'll agree with that. Give me proper meat and vegetables any day rather than all this fancy muck." The waiter laughed. "I'm Kevin. This is my sister Ettie, and I'm Elsa May. Nice to meet you, and I totally agree with you. I'm a meat and potatoes man myself." The chef slammed down a plate, and it shattered into tiny pieces. Ettie and Elsa May shuddered. "Listen while I'm talking." The chef glared at Ettie, Elsa May, and their new friend, Kevin. After a moment, Lorenzo kept talking. When he finished, he ordered Kevin to pick up the shards of plate that were spread over the floor. When no one was around, Ettie and Elsa May walked over to Kevin. "I'm so sorry my sister got you into trouble," Elsa May said. Ettie frowned. Why was everything always her fault? From the floor, Kevin looked up at them. "No worries. I think I got myself into trouble. I always talk too much. Hey, did you see the cake? That makes up for the gourmet food. That's what I'd think if I was a guest. But I do have a sweet tooth." "So do we," Elsa May said. "It looks good, but what will it taste like?" Ettie grinned. "Do you think there'll be enough left for us to have a taste at the end of the day?" "No, I doubt it. The guests will have to fill up on cake, and then they send people cake who weren't able to make it to the wedding. Not that they deserve it if they couldn't get here," Elsa May said. Kevin finished scraping the last of the debris into the dustpan, and then he stood up. "Let me see what I can do. I don't think they'd miss 3 small pieces." Ettie and Elsa May exchanged a smile. That would be something to look forward to at the end of their workday. Soon the guests were seated and the reception was underway. Elsa May, Ettie, and the 4 other waiters were hurrying to get all the entrees onto the tables. There was a choice of chili crab cakes with coriander mayonnaise and escargot on waffles. They had been instructed to alternate them. Ettie noticed Thomas wandering about like a lost duck in a thunderstorm. She was worried about the fall he'd taken. He just didn't look himself. A few minutes later, Ettie saw Thomas place an opened bottle of champagne in between the newly married couple in an ice bucket, and then he left. Many of the guests oohed and awed at the sight of it. Ettie didn't know what the fuss was about, but assumed they were gushing over the champagne. And when she heard one of the guests reverently mention the name of it, she knew it must have been rare or expensive. Maybe both. Then Thomas came back in with 2 full glasses on a silver tray. He stood there still, while the bride and the groom watched him. He then put the tray down on the table between them, picked up the glasses, turned around, and Ettie was positive he took a sip out of one of the glasses. The bride saw him, but the groom had turned and was saying something to the best man, who was seated on his other side. When Thomas placed the glasses down on the table, the groom took his glass and drank it. The bride frowned at Thomas and then whispered something to her new husband. The groom bounded to his feet and called out to Thomas. Thomas walked back. Now everyone was watching them. They had words, but Ettie wasn't close enough to hear what was said. Then Thomas and the groom both left the room. Thomas was looking very guilty, and Richard was looking equally mad. It was time for Ettie to head back to the kitchen to get another tray full of entrees. She hadn't made it to the kitchen when an almighty scream shot through the room. Then another scream. She hurried to see what had happened. It sounded like the screams had come from 2 different people. This wasn't good. Ettie approached the library and was overtaken by guests. They all looked into the library, horrified. Ettie pushed her way through. Both the groom and Thomas were lying on the floor, motionless. The bride ran into the room and screamed. She flung herself onto the floor next to Richard and screamed, "Get a doctor!" A man threaded his way through the guests into the room. "I'm a doctor. Someone call 911. By this time, Thomas was moving and conscious, so the doctor's full attention was on Richard. He turned Richard on his side and then felt for a pulse.
Elsa May and Greta were next into the room. "Thomas!" Greta ran to him and pulled him up to a seated position. "What's wrong?" He looked confused and couldn't answer. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. Elsa May helped her. "Let's get him out into the fresh air. Perhaps he's a bit hungry. Has he eaten today at all?" "I don't know. We've been so busy." Elsa May looked over at the groom. "What happened to him?" Ettie said, "I don't know. I came in here and saw them both on the floor." An older man came forward and comforted the bride. She stood and sobbed on his shoulder. A man who looked similar to the groom ran into the room, and his jaw dropped open as he looked between Thomas and the groom. "No! Richard!" He stood frozen to the spot and turned deathly pale. "Paramedics are on the way," the older man told him. "I'm sorry, Quentin, we don't know what happened. They were both out cold on the floor. This man came to, but Richard is still unconscious." "I'm his brother," Quentin said to the doctor. "Please do something. I'll pay you anything you want. Just revive him." Then sirens sounded. "Thank goodness the ambulance is here. I hope they can save Richard," said a voice from the crowd. Chapter 3. How did this happen? The brother looked accusingly at Thomas, who hadn't made it outside yet, despite the urgings of Greta and Elsa May. Thomas just sat there, dazed. Greta pleaded with her husband. "Say something." Thomas's gaze flickered to her, still looking puzzled. The brother walked over to him and pulled him to his feet. "What did you do?" "Leave him be," Greta said. "He didn't do anything." Two men pulled Quentin away from Thomas, and then Quentin stalked off and stood in the corner of the room. "That's the groom's brother," someone said from behind Ettie. Two paramedics appeared, and everyone made way for them. The older man who'd been comforting the wife took charge. "I'm a lawyer. The police will need to question everyone. No one can leave." The paramedics ordered everyone out of the room apart from immediate relatives and the doctor who'd been working on Richard. Ettie and Elsa May walked among the crowd of people who were moving to the reception room. "Ettie, why were you just standing there? Why didn't you go to see if Thomas was okay?" Elsa May asked. "I don't know. I just had an out-of-body experience. Like I was there just watching everything. There, but not really there. It was so odd. I couldn't move. I'm sorry." "No need to be sorry. Some people just aren't good in emergencies. It seems you're one of the useless people." Elsa May patted her shoulder. "Don't worry, I'm sure you were in shock." "I guess I was. I should have done something." "Did you see what happened, at least?" Elsa May inquired. Ettie shook her head. "No, I heard screams and ran in along with everyone else." Some time after the police arrived, Ettie and Elsa May moved into the kitchen. They were faced with Greta, who was holding back tears. "I don't know what's gotten into Thomas. The police have just had a talk with me. I've given them 3 rooms. They're using them as interview rooms." "Oh," Elsa May said. "That means—" "I know," Ettie nodded. "What?" Greta asked. "We just know one of the detectives quite well, so if he's here, I think that will help. Where is Thomas?" "They're walking him to the ambulance. He doesn't even know my name." "They're taking Thomas to the hospital?" Elsa May asked. "Yes, he's lost his mind. He didn't know who I was. What will I do?" "Can you go with them?" Elsa May asked. "They said I could, but would you?" Yes, of course we will. We'll stay here and look after things until you get back. Thank you. Greta rushed out of the room. Then a young constable walked into the kitchen. Excuse me, ladies. Everyone is assembling in the recreation room. You'll be interviewed soon, but you'll have to wait your turn. Ettie blew out a deep breath, and then they headed to the room. The white tables had been moved to one side and already replaced with rows of chairs. Ettie and Elsa May sat as far away from the front as they could. The bride's cries could be heard from the library. It was a tragedy. Even though the lawyer had said everyone shouldn't talk, not many people listened. People were whispering, as were Ettie and Elsa May. I'll have to eat, Ettie, or I'll faint. Again? I have to eat often. Help yourself. There's plenty in the kitchen. Elsa May placed her hands in her lap. I don't think I've the strength to walk that far. I don't have the endurance and the lean build that you do, and neither am I as young. Ettie knew there was only one way to keep her sister quiet. Shall I fetch you something? Would you, Ettie? Ettie nodded. I won't be long. I'll probably get into trouble for leaving here. Is that all right with you? Yes, tell them your sister will faint if she doesn't get food. Tell them how old I am. Elsa May managed a smile. Okay. Ettie got up and slipped out the door. She passed the library on her way to the kitchen and saw they were still working on Richard. A lot of time had passed, so Ettie didn't hold out much hope for him. Was this going to turn into a murder investigation? When Ettie saw all the food lined up in the kitchen, she was sad for everyone who'd come to the happy event. In particular for the bride and groom. It had been their special day. Now it would be the worst day of their lives. Quite likely the last day of Richard's life. Ettie saw the row of entrees. They were so small that she set about scraping 3 onto one plate. Then she grabbed a fork and a buttered dinner roll on her way out. This time, when she passed the library door, she saw the doctor stand and shake his head at the bride while 2 paramedics looked on. The bride cried out and threw herself on top of her husband. Ettie felt so sorry for her. Her own husband's death was never far from her mind. It brought back such grief, such helplessness. Yet she'd had her husband for over 50 years. This poor bride hadn't even been married for 1 day. The man who'd identified himself as the lawyer leaned down and said something to the bride. Ettie held back tears of her own and kept walking. By the time she got back to Elsa May, half the dinner roll had disappeared. She hadn't realized how hungry she was. Elsa May's face lit up when Ettie sat down and passed the plate to her. Denka, what did you get me? A bit of this and a bit of that, and half a dinner roll. With a little hesitation, Elsa May took hold of the fork and started eating. Then she shook her head. This is terrible. It's chewy. That must be the snails. Snails? Escargot. Why are snails fancy? I could get them out of our own garden, except we wouldn't even think of eating anything like that. Elsa May's face soured as she poked out her tongue. We could, but we wouldn't. Elsa May pushed some other things around with her fork. What's this? That looks like one of the many waffles. It looks safe enough. Elsa May popped it into her mouth without attempting to bite off a section. When she swallowed it, she sighed. It had the flavor of the snails. Then she passed the plate back to Ettie and kept the half-dinner roll. Ettie took the plate.
"What am I supposed to do with this?"
"Eat it. It's food." Ettie got up and placed it on one of the tables at the side of the room. Before she sat down, she noticed that all the kitchen staff were still there, seated with the guests. No one had left. When Elsa May had finished her dinner roll, Ettie whispered to her,
"How do you think he died?"
"Well, it wasn't old age."
"I already figured that one out. I'm just hoping it had nothing to do with Thomas."
"You think Thomas killed him?"
"No, do you?"
"No, of course not. Why would he?" Elsa May asked.
"I don't know, but he was acting very odd."
"No talking," one of the officers ordered. Ettie sat with her arms folded. Ettie's turn came when the young constable summoned her by a simple nod, along with a piercing gaze. By now, a third of the people had been interviewed. Before she left the room, Elsa May was also singled out for her turn. Ettie stepped into the room and saw Detective Kelly sitting at a small table with an officer standing behind him. He looked up, and his top lip curled. Chapter 4. "Mrs. Smith," Detective Kelly said. Ettie realized the strange look on his face might have been a smile.
"Yes, it's me."
"Have a seat," he chuckled. "I'm not surprised to see you. Not really.
"I wasn't supposed—"
Tell me about what took place today. Did you know Richard Condike, the deceased?"
"Oh, so he is dead?"
She thought he was, from what she'd just seen. "Correct. When we arrived, he was gone. The poor bride insisted the paramedics keep trying."
Ettie shook her head. "So sad."
"Did you know him?" Kelly repeated.
"Not at all. We only came here to have a look at the renovations. We didn't know they were open for business."
"By we, you mean Mrs. Lutz was with you?"
"That's correct. You see, it all started when we felt like a day out."
Ettie tapped her chin.
"Now, I can't recall if coming here was my idea or not."
"We'll save a lot of time if you only answer what I ask."
"Of course. Ask away."
"Did you see what happened?"
"No, I heard a scream. I was serving the guests."
"You were serving?"
"Yes. Thomas was taking ages to get back from the bakery, and Greta was worried that he wasn't back. She was also understaffed, so naturally we offered to help."
"Naturally." The detective looked down at his notes. "Did you notice either the deceased or Thomas exhibiting odd behavior?"
"Well, to be accurate, Greta asked us, but we would have offered if we'd known how badly she wanted waiters, or waitresses."
"I'll ask again."
"I know. I can remember your question. I was correcting my previous statement. Now, I'll answer your last question."
Ettie rubbed her nose.
"There was one thing I thought was odd. Thomas took a sip from one of their drinks. I couldn't see if it was the bride's or the groom's. He turned while he was drinking it. For all I know, he could have taken a sip out of both."
You're not the only one who saw that."
"Do you have any idea why he would have done it?"
Ettie asked. "I'm the one asking the questions, remember?" Ettie nodded. "Did you notice anything else about Thomas?"
"He turned away from the guests to drink it. He was behind the bride and groom. He had both drinks in his hands, and he turned around, facing the wall. I thought it was odd because if he was thirsty, he could have got a drink in the kitchen. Then the groom got really angry, and they had words. Then they both left the room. I was a little fearful for Thomas.
They left the room to possibly settle their disagreement,
Yes, that's what it looked like.
and the victim was clearly angry.
Oh, yes. Ettie cleared her throat. The detective always made her feel nervous. Do you know how the groom died?
His name was Richard Condike, quite a wealthy individual. The fact that he chose to have the wedding in this part of the world was something that puzzled me, until I learned Jessica, the wife, is from here, and she fell in love with this old building, and the officer spoke. Richard was from New York City.
Kelly turned around and looked at him.
I know that. Everyone knows that.
Greta told me he kept insisting to have the wedding reception here. He kept offering her more money until she agreed, even though Greta and Thomas hadn't finished the renovations.
Kelly chuckled. I guess he was learning that lesson early. Happy wife, happy life.
Yet he didn't have a happy life. It was cut short,
Ettie said.
As for a happy wife,
Kelly raised his hand. No need to say more. We'll find who did it.
Ettie sat there, aching to ask questions. She risked his anger by asking one. Would you think it's definitely murder? Might it have been that he died from natural causes? A heart attack, perhaps?
We're not ruling anything out. We would have thought Thomas struck him a blow, but the victim had no visible wounds.
Oh, no. Thomas wouldn't have done anything of the kind. He is a calm and gentle man.
Kelly raised his eyebrows. We'll see what the coroner has to say. He's in there with him now doing his initial findings. Meanwhile, we'll have the evidence collecting team on the job. They're due to arrive any minute. I just got a text that they're here now, the officer said. Good, Kelly smiled. We'll have this sorted in no time.
May I go now? Ettie asked.
Yes, you can.
Ettie pushed herself to her feet, and as she had her hand on the door, Kelly said,
Mrs. Smith.
She faced him. Yes?
Don't leave town.
Ettie pursed her lips. I wasn't planning on it. I haven't left town for a decade, or maybe 2.
Don't take it personally. That's what I'm telling everyone until this case is closed.
Ettie headed out the door and then closed it behind her. At exactly the same time, Elsa May walked out of the makeshift interview room across the hallway. Together they walked to the kitchen.
What did you learn? Elsa May asked Ettie.
The groom is dead.
Yes, they told me that too.
I hope they don't think Thomas killed him. Do you think they do?
Ettie asked. He was in the same room, and the groom was angry with him. Did you see them walking out of the room together?
Ettie nodded. I did. Who wouldn't have been cross with Thomas? What he did was rude.
You saw it too, Ettie?
I saw everything. Thomas was acting strange ever since he hit his head.
Did you tell the police that? Elsa May asked.
It was Detective Kelly who was asking me the questions. I didn't tell him anything unless he asked me. He told me only to answer what he asked, so that's exactly what I did. You know how he gets into his disagreeable moods.
Oh, Ettie, you should have told him about it. The hospital should know, too. Did you mention it?
No, I forgot about it.
The man who'd said he was the brother of the victim burst into the kitchen. I'm looking for someone by the name of Ettie Smith. This is Ettie, Elsa May told him.
Are you a relative of...
Ettie thought hard. Kelly had mentioned the victim's name. Richard Klondike?
He's my brother. Was my brother.
Tears streamed from his eyes, and he buried his face in his hands. Ettie and Elsa May looked at one another, not knowing what to do. Elsa May took a step closer to him and awkwardly patted his arm.
There, there.
"Why were you looking for me?" Ettie asked.
I want you to find the person who did this to him.
Ettie could do it. She's done it before. He rubbed his head.
I heard one of the policemen talking about Ettie Smith says you solve mysteries and murders faster than the police.
That's Ettie. Ettie Smith, Elsa May told him, pointing at her sister. Ettie stared at Elsa May. It was embarrassing the way she was babbling.
Would you help, even if the killer was that Amish man who owns this place?
Quentin asked. Ettie shook her head. I don't do that kind of thing anymore. I'm sorry. The police have it in hand. Detective Kelly is very good. Elsa May said.
I'm sorry, what's your name? Quentin Klondike. I need to find who did this to my brother.
Why? Elsa May asked. Revenge? The man looked down.
I have reasons. He was my brother. I have a right to know who took his life. Do you think it was that old man who owns this place, Mrs. Smith?
Call me Ettie. And no, I don't think it was Thomas.
He wouldn't hurt a flea, Elsa May said.
He looked back at Ettie.
Why were you here today?
We're friends of the owners, and they needed help.
So that's why you won't help me, because you're a friend of theirs?
No, it's not that. Quentin pulled out a wad of cash.
I can pay you well. If it's not you, it'll be someone else. I'll hire a private detective. I don't believe the police will get it right. I have no confidence in them. They're part of the establishment, and they're against us.
Who do you mean by us? Elsa May asked.
Entrepreneurs like my brother and me. We don't follow the norms of society, and we have good financial advice. So we pay next to no taxes. That's not going to go down well when the cops look into that. Anyway, the establishment wants to bring us down because we're wealthy. We've been through so much already.
Ettie moved her mouth to one side. So you believe it's murder?
He nodded. I know my brother. He was in perfect health. He didn't drink, didn't smoke. He ate right. He exercised. I know he only just had his yearly medical checkup the other day and passed with flying colors.
Ettie frowned. Put the money away. If he didn't drink, why was he drinking champagne today?
It's a figure of speech. He didn't drink, as in he didn't drink much, just socially. It's only natural for the groom to drink at his own wedding.
Oh, I see. If I help, it'll be because, well, just because. Is there a way I can get in contact with you? Ettie bit her lip. Before she committed to anything, she wanted to make sure she was doing the right thing. He put the money away and reached into his inner coat pocket and pulled out a card. There, that's got all my details. Email, cell phone, the lot. Ettie took the black glossy card and stared at the gold lettering. Then a man in a suit came into the room looking for Quentin. Jessica is asking for you, the man said. Excuse me, ladies. He took hold of Ettie's hand. Please call me. I need your help. He turned and the two men left the room. Ettie sighed. His hand was so warm and friendly. Elsa May ignored her remark. We're in charge of this place now. What would Greta want us to do?"
Ettie walked around the abandoned kitchen that had been buzzing with activity earlier in the day. "Clean everything up."
"What will we do with all this food? Then there's Snowy home alone," Elsa May huffed.
"Why don't we find someone to drive you home to get Snowy and then bring him back here?"
Elsa May's face brightened. "Good idea. We don't know how long we'll be here." Ettie saw the phone in the corner.
"I'll make some calls to some charities. I'm sure there will be a homeless center who'd love to give out this fancy food."
"Wait, what if the groom has been poisoned?" "Oh no, Ettie, we've eaten the food."
"We're still alive."
Elsa May shook her head.
"I suppose you're right. We have to throw it all out. Such a shame. What about the cake?"
Ettie grumbled. "That'll have to go too."
"But surely—"
"No, Ettie, no one can risk it, and especially not you."
"Why? Would you miss me?"
"Well, someone needs to stay here while I get Snowy."
"Does that mean you wouldn't mind if I get poisoned if I didn't have to stay here?"
Ettie inquired. All she wanted was for her sister to say she'd miss her. Elsa May frowned at her. "Ettie, no cake, all right? I've got no idea what you're babbling on about. Did you fall and hit your head, too?"
Eddie's mouth turned down at the corners. She would have loved to have a few nice words from her sister, as well as a tiny piece of cake. "I suppose you're right."
"As always. Now I'll try to find some kind soul who'll drive me home to fetch Snowy and bring me back here."
Ettie placed her hands on her hips. "I'll get rid of this food."
"I'm afraid we'll have to take the food."
Ettie and Elsa May turned around to see two men in white suits. They were part of the evidence collection team.
"It'll all have to be tested. Would you mind leaving the room?"
Elsa May sniggered.
"I told you, Ettie."
Ettie grunted. "Just go get Snowy."
Chapter 5.
In the next couple of hours, the bed and breakfast was swamped with reporters. 5 white vans had pulled up, one after the other, and reporters and photographers were knocking on the door. The police had ordered them to back away and then got them to move their vehicles up the road. The press was relentless in their demands for confirmation that Richard Condyke was dead. Kelly wouldn't allow anything to get out until he made sure all the close relatives had been contacted. Then the police blocked off the street, but that didn't stop the 2 helicopters from TV stations from circling overhead. Greta walked in the door some hours later looking frazzled and totally drained of all color.
"How is he?" Elsa May asked.
"He's not doing well. He had no memory, but when I was leaving, he said my name." "That's a good sign," Ettie said. "That's what they told me. They said his damage might not be permanent and his memory could return." "I'm sorry I didn't mention to you that he hit his head. I did call the hospital and I told them."
"Yes, they mentioned that you called."
"In all the fuss and the busyness of the wedding, it just left my head."
"They'll find out what's wrong with him. They ran ever so many tests on him."
"It's just that he knew you were worried about the wedding and he didn't want you worrying about him. He asked me not to mention it."
"Did he say how he hit his head?" Greta asked.
"He told me he fell and his head hit the curb at the edge of the sidewalk."
Greta asked, "Did he have his full memory when he talked to you?"
From what I could tell, he did, yes.
Ettie put her arm around Greta's shoulders.
I'll make you something to eat. Shall we go into the kitchen?
Normally I'd suggest the library room, but the kitchen is fine. Thank you for staying here.
I hope you don't mind us bringing Snowy here. One of the guests drove Elsa May home to get him. We didn't know how long you'd be, and we couldn't leave the poor boy alone in the house.
It's fine, Elsa May. Thank you both for staying here. She looked around the kitchen. Oh, you've cleaned up everything. What did you do with all the food?
The evidence team took it.
Yeah, we were going to give it to a soup kitchen, but they said they needed it. They have to check it for poison, I think.
I guess you won't get paid now for the wedding, Greta,
Ettie said. Greta shook her head. I can't harass the poor widow for the balance of the payment. They didn't even have a proper wedding. The deposit paid all our expenses, but we'll have to find another way to finish off the last of the bedrooms. Greta sighed. We're back to where we were before we accepted their plea to have the wedding here. That's the least of my concern now. Thomas's health is everything. Couldn't you open for business now, but just not use the 2 bedrooms that aren't ready? Elsa May suggested. Normally, yes, but I can't do anything until Thomas returns to his normal self. I can't run this place alone.
We could help,
Ettie suggested. No, I won't hear of it. You've already been help enough. I don't know what I would have done without you today. I guess I will have to do it myself if he takes too long to recover. Elsa May blurted out. The police think it was poison. Greta nodded. I know. That's what they told me at the hospital. They're giving him an intravenous solution that will neutralize the toxin. They did explain how it worked, but I was too upset to take it all in. Ettie frowned.
So Thomas was poisoned too?
That's what they tell me. They said it was just a trace, and he was very lucky to be alive.
When will he come home?
Ettie asked. They want to keep him under observation, so a couple more days at least. Elsa May asked, Did you know he took a sip of the groom's drink? The police told me that. I don't know why he would have done that. Do you think he... No, don't worry. Do we think he what? Elsa May asked. I was going to say, do you think he was suspicious that it was poisoned? But why would he drink it if he thought that? Greta stared at both ladies.
Hopefully, you'll be able to ask him that soon,
Ettie said. The next morning at home, Elsa May was busy washing up the breakfast dishes. We'll have to visit and see how she is today.
Visit who?
Ettie picked up a dish towel to start drying before her sister complained that she was left to do all the work. Who do you think?
Do you mean Greta?
Ettie asked. Of course, I thought that would be obvious. Who else will we have to visit? Ettie shrugged her shoulders as she dried a plate.
Should we bring Snowy to see the cat again? They got along well.
Oh, Ettie, the cat has a name. It's Pickles. Ettie held her tongue.
Okay. Should we bring the dog to see Pickles again?
Elsa May turned and glared at her. Ettie, did you just do that deliberately? Ettie chuckled.
I actually didn't, but it is rather funny.
I wonder about you sometimes. No, we can't take Snowy. It wouldn't be appropriate. I don't think the taxi drivers like him in their taxis either.
I'm sure a lot of people have to take their dogs with them in the taxi, How else would they get to the vet if they had to take them?
I said no, and that's the end of it. With all the plates washed, Elsa May started on the frying pan.
No, we wouldn't want to be inappropriate, would we?
Ettie stated. I certainly wouldn't, but you must be used to it by now.
Ettie sighed. Can we just have one day where we don't say mean things to each other?
I'm not being mean to you, Ettie. I'm giving you good advice and guidance.
Do you really think I need advice at my age?
You shouldn't need any, you're right.
Ettie dried the last plate and set it down on the countertop. I was only asking because I was sorry for Snowy. We get to go out and have fun, and he stays in the house.
A man's dead, Ettie. How's that fun?
Obviously, that part of it wasn't fun.
Ettie decided to keep quiet. What was the point of saying anything else while Elsa May was in a disagreeable mood? Elsa May handed her the frying pan to dry. Now that one needs to be dried properly.
How else would I dry it?
The way you dry most things. That's why I said it needs drying properly.
Ettie nodded meekly. I shall dry it twice.
Elsa May pulled out the plug. Good. Then you should get it half dry. Chapter 6. How are you, Greta? Elsa May asked when Greta opened the door of the bed and breakfast to her and Ettie. Not good. I'm so worried about Thomas. I plan on going to the hospital to see him later today. How is he? She shook her head. I probably won't have a proper answer until I talk to one of the doctors. It's nice of you to come again. She looked up and smiled at them, but the smile didn't stay on Greta's face for long. This place is in such a mess, and I don't know how we're going to get the money to finish those bedrooms. I'm sorry things didn't work out, Elsa May said. Richard Condyke's lawyer got in touch this morning, and he said he would pay, but didn't know when it would be. He said he needs to straighten Richard's affairs out first. He said I'm on the list of people that need to be paid. What does that mean? It makes me nervous. It sounds like money is a problem. But I thought Richard Condyke was rich. That's what everyone says.
I don't know. But I don't like your chances of getting paid. Sorting money out after someone dies can take a long time.
When Ettie saw how crushed Greta was, she added,
But it's a good thing they're acknowledging that you should be paid.
Of course you should be paid, commented Elsa May. After all the work you did and all the money you spent to have the wedding here. Let's sit in the sunroom. It's the only private place Thomas and I have away from the guests. At least that's how we planned it to be, when we thought we'd have guests. She showed them through to her sunroom. The morning light beamed through the window where a two-seater couch sat. There was a coffee table in front of the couch, on which rested two Amish newspapers. On the opposite side of the small room stood two wooden chairs.
Oh, it's delightful in here,
Ettie said. Someone knocked on the front door, and the three women froze. Ignore it. It'll be a reporter. They haven't stopped. Greta shook her head. You just don't answer? Elsa May asked. That's right. They'll give up eventually. So this is where Thomas and I live. It's very small compared to the rest of the house. We have one bathroom, one bedroom, and this small sitting room. We don't even have our own kitchen. We use the main one. Ettie smiled.
It's lovely, cozy.
The cat walked into the room, stretching his legs as he walked. And here's Pickles, Elsa May said. Pickles, poor thing, was scared with all the commotion. He spent most of the night hiding under the couch. Elsa May nodded. I don't blame him. It was a very messy situation. They're still doing tests on Thomas. And why are the police there with him night and day? Are they going to arrest him? No one tells me anything.
I think they're just protecting him.
Greta's hand flew to her mouth. Protecting him? Do they think someone's trying to kill him? Ettie and Elsa May looked at each other. They didn't want to worry her further. Ettie shook her head.
The police are just covering all the bases, that kind of thing.
I hope that's all it is. Who could have killed that poor man? And why did they have to kill him here? They always look at the family first for suspects, Elsa May told her. Ettie added,
Elsa May's saying that to let you know they're suspicious of the new wife, the bride.
Elsa May huffed. Nay, Ettie, she's the widow. She's not the bride anymore because it's no longer her wedding day. And she's not his wife anymore because he's dead.
Pardon me for my error. Excuse me, errors.
Ettie raised her eyebrows at her sister, more than a little piqued. Where are my manners? I should have asked you if you'd like anything to drink. So would you? I have some fresh lemonade that Millie brought over for me this morning. She heard what happened and brought me lemonade and a casserole.
That would be perfect,
Ettie said.
News travels fast.
You two stay here, and I'll be back in a minute. Greta hurried out of the room. Pickles jumped up on Ettie's lap, and Ettie stroked her.
Are you sure you don't want a cat, Elsa May? I think a cat would be a wonderful addition to our family.
We've been over this before. Is your memory really getting that bad? I said no. I've got enough problems with one dog, and I'm the only one who walks him and cares for him. Who would look after the cat,
Cats look after themselves, though.
That's not so. They make extra work. They rip up everything and scratch things. They also have to be fed, they have to be watered, and they could get sick, or they could run away.
They catch mice and rodents,
Ettie said. Yes, but we don't get many of those anyway, so why worry? Ettie sighed and continued to pet Pickles and thought more about Richard's murder.
What if Jessica killed her husband and she's trying to frame Thomas?
What do you mean? She made Thomas drink poison? How would she get him to do that? Elsa May scoffed.
She might have asked him to drink some and he didn't know it was poisoned. No, that wouldn't be right. I saw the look on her face when he took that mouthful. She looked horrified. I don't think she was acting. She appeared genuinely shocked.
That's it, Ettie. She was looking horrified because he was drinking the poison that was meant for her husband. Ettie thought about that for a while.
No, that wasn't the look on her face.
Listen to yourself. You're not making any sense. What Thomas did was just plain weird. No one can work it out. He certainly wouldn't have taken a drink from it if he knew he was risking killing himself.
That's just it, then.
What's just it? Elsa May asked.
Thomas was being rude. He hit his head, didn't he?
Ettie nodded in response to her own question.
That's what he said, and I have no reason to disbelieve him.
He wasn't in his right mind, and for some reason he wanted to have a drink out of that champagne glass. But that still leaves us with the same question, doesn't it? Greta walked back in with a tray holding 3 glasses of lemonade. with another cute little tray of cookies balanced on one corner. "And what question is that?" Greta asked. "We are just wondering if it was the wife who poisoned her husband." "And why would she kill her own husband on her wedding day, of all days?" "So she'd inherit all his money. He had many millions. I think the detective thinks it's too obvious to have been her, but she was close to his food and his drink." "I don't think it was the wife. She was genuinely upset to the point of being hysterical." Greta set down the trays and handed each of the sisters a glass of lemonade. "Help yourself to the cookies." She sat down on the couch next to Ettie, and Pickles walked over and settled himself on her lap. "Yes, she was close to his food and drink, but don't forget, all eyes were on the couple. I don't think she would have had a chance to put anything in his drink," Elsa May said. They heard a buggy, and Elsa May stood up and looked out the window. It was Maggie Overberg, the community's biggest gossip. "Who is it, Elsa May?" Greta asked. "It's Maggie." "She'll want to know everything. I'll go out and talk to her." "We'll come with you." Ettie and Elsa May kept close to Greta as she walked out of the house. Maggie stepped down from the buggy, and the three women went down from the porch to greet her. In her hand, she had a local newspaper. "Did you see this, Greta?" She pushed the newspaper into Greta's hands. "I didn't even know this place was open. Next thing I find out is that you had a wedding here and a murder. Why didn't you tell me?" Ettie couldn't keep quiet. "She didn't tell you because Thomas is ill in the hospital. He was poisoned, too." Maggie's mouth fell open. "The paper didn't say that." "Well, it's true," Elsa May told her. "We'll have a prayer and tell the bishop. Have you told him yet, Greta?" asked Maggie. "No, I haven't had a chance. I was going to do that next, before I go see Thomas." "Get in the buggy now. We'll go to the bishop immediately." Greta looked at Ettie and Elsa May. "Go ahead," Elsa May said. "We'll stay until you get back." "Thank you." Greta passed the paper to Elsa May. When they drove away, Elsa May looked down at the paper. The murder at the bed and breakfast was front-page news. The headline was, "Amish Dead and Breakfast." "Oh, no, Ettie, this is dreadful. No one will come here now if they think they'll be murdered. You'll have to find out who did this, or Greta and Thomas will go broke. They'll have nothing to live off. They put their last cent into the place, their life savings. Here, look at this." Ettie stood there and read the news article. "It is bad. I'm glad Greta didn't read all of this. It's horrible." Ettie handed it back to Elsa May. "Put it in the trash." "So you'll try to find out who murdered the groom, yeah?" Ettie gazed up at the stately old building that Greta and Thomas had turned into a bed and breakfast. "I don't see I have any other choice." "Me either." Chapter 7. Once Greta returned, Ettie and Elsa May said their goodbyes and headed to visit Detective Kelly. If Ettie was going to investigate, she'd need to know what Kelly knew. The only catch was she'd have to give him a good enough reason to share the information. So far, she hadn't come up with a thing. They waited for him for about half an hour before they were shown into his office. Kelly sat across from them, and he spoke first. "The wife is our biggest suspect. It was poison. She had a bold plan. Poison him at his own wedding and get all his money. Convenient that they didn't even have a prenup. That's unheard of when someone's as wealthy as he was." "I'm not so sure that she had a plan at all," Ettie said. "If they had no prenup, that meant he trusted her. Could he have been so wrong?"
Clever in business, dumb in love. Just because he was a smart businessman doesn't mean he couldn't be tricked by a beautiful woman, especially one setting out to deceive him. That's something you wouldn't know about, either of you. Not everyone in the world has good intentions." "We do know that," Elsa May told him. "We might as well tell you that Quentin, the victim's brother, has asked us to help him find out who killed his brother." Kelly chuckled. "That doesn't surprise me. He's been living here at the station, waiting for every lead that comes in. He's harassing us. I think he's scared we'll withhold information from him. I'll tell you what, Mrs. Smith, if you can keep him out of my hair, you'll be doing me a big favor." Elsa May leaned forward. "You're okay with Ettie looking into things?" "I am, as long as you don't get in the way of my investigation and you keep Quentin far away from me and my officers." He moved back in his chair. "In fact, it's a great idea. I'm glad I thought of it." Ettie rubbed her chin, delighted with his attitude. "I might need to know some things then." He tapped the end of his pen on his desk. "Ask away. I don't know much, but there's no reason I can't share that limited information with you. However, that might change depending on what comes to light." Ettie asked, "Who else would gain anything from Richard's death?" "We're waiting for more information to come in. Family members would benefit a little, but no one as much as his wife. Do you see where I'm going with this? It's got to have been the wife. I've seen things go that way before." "What was the poison used?" "Cyanide. The lab tests haven't come back to confirm it, but the coroner says that's likely what it was. We don't know how or where she got it. The glasses they were drinking out of have somehow disappeared, and we've yet to find out if there was poison in the bottle. It's funny that your friend happened to take a mouthful of the groom's drink." Ettie still couldn't work out why Thomas had done that. It was most odd. The next thing they'd have to do was ask him that question. The detective continued. "One thing I should tell you is that we found out the bride's father has a car workshop. He does body work on cars, panel beating, resprays, and the like." "Why is that important?" Ettie asked. "He also does treatments to guard against rust. Some of these treatments use—" "Cyanide?" Elsa May asked. "Yes, Mrs. Lutz. Correct on your first guess." "I don't recall seeing a man with the mother of the bride. Wait, I didn't see the bride's mother either. When Jessica was crying, the lawyer was comforting her." "Right again. Neither of the bride's parents came to the wedding. The bride's father is estranged from the mother, but not from the bride. Jessica and her father are close. The mother was planning on going, we found out, but she didn't at the last minute. Something to do with a disagreement with the victim over something or other. I'm interviewing each of Jessica's parents later today, separately, of course. And no, you can't come." Ettie's mouth fell open. "I wasn't even going to ask." "Good. Then it won't matter that I have to say no." "So you think the daughter did it and the father was in on it?" Elsa May asked. "Or the mother?" Ettie added. "Not necessarily, but if he had cyanide at his automobile workshop, that's where she might have obtained it." He raised both hands. "At this stage, we're not ruling anything out." He looked at them, each in turn. "Anything else I can help you with?" "Not right now." Elsa May leaned over and whispered to Ettie. "He wants us to go now." "I know that. We're going." Ettie pushed herself to her feet. "Thank you for seeing us today. We know how busy you are." They both walked to the door, and then Ettie turned around to face him. "There's just one other thing."
He raised his eyebrows. There always is.
How much money will the bride inherit?
Millions in real estate assets and add to the tally a few million for half of the victim's successful company. We have enough motive for the wife to have done it, and not a lot of motive for anyone else. Elsa May tugged on Ettie's sleeve. Let's go, he's busy.
Goodbye, detective.
I'll see you around, Mrs. Smith. You too, Mrs. Lutz. Ettie was annoyed with her sister for rushing her when she was already leaving, but she didn't say anything. What do you make of the whole thing? Elsa May asked when they were outside, standing in the midday sun. Ettie put her hand on the stairway railing and started down the steps.
It's all a bit tricky if you ask me. Let's sit down somewhere so we can talk it through.
Elsa May chuckled. I know just the place.
Ettie smiled as she stepped off the last step onto the pavement. I thought you might.
Elsa May took the last step down, and arm in arm, Elsa May and Ettie made their way to their favorite coffee shop and cafe, where they offered the most delectable and delicious array of cakes. Elsa May pushed open the glass door of the cafe and held it open for Ettie. Then they stared at the mouth-watering treats in the glass display. Such a hard choice, as always.
Don't forget, the doctor said to watch what you eat, Elsa May.
I'll be watching it all right, every tiny morsel, one bite at a time.
You know that's not what he meant. He said it would be bad for you to put on weight because of your health issues.
Elsa May put her hand over her mouth and laughed.
What's funny?
Ettie asked. Did you hear yourself whistle when you said issues?
No.
Say it again.
Issues.
Elsa May laughed again. The wind whistles through your teeth. Ettie frowned, then turned Elsa May's attention to the food.
You sit down. I'll order. I know you like surprises. What looks good to you? Choose a few, and I'll make the final choice.
Oh, look at that passion fruit tart, and I like the look of the orange cake. I'd say the frosting on that would be delicious.
What about the white chocolate cake?
It looks good as well. What will you have?
I don't think I need anything that sweet today. I might choose the fruit cake with the almond frosting.
Okay, well, you get me a pot of hot tea and any one of those things I just mentioned. At that moment, the waitress came up to serve them, and Elsa May found their usual seat by the window. When Ettie joined her, their thoughts turned to Richard Condyke's murder. Do you think Jessica did it, Ettie?
No, I don't think so. She was so upset.
Maybe someone's trying to frame her, make it look like it was her when it wasn't.
You could be right, but who? Don't forget, she's the one who inherits the money, so besides her, who would the money benefit?
The mother, Elsa May said, in a voice that was a little too loud. Ettie glanced at the patrons in the cafe and was relieved to see no one was bothered by the extra loud comment. They were all eating, talking, or looking at their phones.
Possibly the mother, but why would the mother want to implicate her own daughter? Also, would she break her daughter's heart for her own selfish gain?
Elsa May slumped lower in the chair. I see what you mean.
I feel there's a whole lot more going on than we know. What does it have to do with Thomas, and why was he drinking from Richard's poisoned drink?
That is a mystery.
Back to the original question.
They were interrupted when the waitress brought their one-serve pots of tea.
The food won't be long.
Thank you, Ettie said. Elsa May rubbed her hands together. I can't wait to see what you got me. Whatever it is, I'll know it'll be delicious.
You don't have long to wait. So, as I said, back to my question, we need to find one person who would benefit from Richard's death, and
But Ettie, I just thought of something. If she's found guilty and sent to prison, she wouldn't inherit any of Richard's money.
Ettie raised her eyebrows. I didn't think of that. That changes everything.
It does. And the killer must have taken away the glasses when the commotion happened in the other room.
Here you are, ladies, a passion fruit tart and 2 slices of buttered toast. Ettie quickly pulled the passion fruit tart toward herself, so the waitress placed the toast in front of Elsa May. After the waitress left, Elsa May scowled at Ettie.
That was cruel. I can't believe you did this. Buttered toast? We come here for the cakes.
I got you 2 slices.
You're cruel. I haven't had anything bad for so long, and I'm sure I've lost a little weight. I know I have. You're mad at me for laughing when you said issues.
I'm not. Ettie was amazed to hear her sister thought she'd cut back on her food. She was eating just as much as always.
If you're not mad at me, I know this was your idea of a joke, but pardon me if I don't find it funny. I'll get myself something.
She moved her chair back, ready to stand. Now Ettie felt bad. I'll get it.
No, I don't trust you.
Sit, I'll get it. Tell me what you want.
Elsa May pouted and shuffled her chair back to the table. Something with a lot of frosting. The orange and poppy seed cake.
Okay.
Ettie pulled herself to her feet.
When Ettie brought it back, she placed it down in front of Elsa May.
Elsa May's eyes sparkled. Dinka, Ettie, this is better.
When Ettie sat down, she looked at the empty plate on the table. Where's the toast?
Elsa May looked up from scooping off some frosting. I couldn't let it go to waste.
Now it wasn't going to waste, but it was going to Elsa May's waste. But Ettie kept that thought to herself and poured a cup of tea. Now, where were we? You were saying that if they proved Jessica killed her brand new husband, she wouldn't get a cent.
Yes, I think that's how it works.
Ettie took a deep breath, then put her teacup to her lips for a quick sip. Let's follow this branch of the tree before we climb on another one. If it was found that Jessica did it, who would get the money if she was sent to jail?
I don't know. Why don't we ask the victim's brother? You've still got his phone number, haven't you?
I have. I'd also like to talk to Jessica and her mother.
Don't forget Detective Kelly asked us to keep Quentin away from him. Why don't you tell Quentin you've decided to help find out who killed his brother, and then he can drive us where we need to go?
Oh, yes, we do need to do that. Great thinking, Elsa May. I was too caught up with thinking about cake. Ettie took a sip of tea. We got along with him well enough at the wedding, I think. He wanted us to help him, if you'll remember.
Elsa May chuckled and then pushed the next to last morsel of cake onto her dessert fork. It's the sugar, Ettie. I need it to think. After a couple of mouthfuls of tea, Ettie started on her tart.
The person I want to talk to the most is poor old Thomas.
Elsa May swallowed her mouthful. Shall we visit him in the hospital?
It sounds like he's too sick for visits, and he might not even know who we are if he didn't recognize his own wife.
There's only one way to find out. If he's too sick or doesn't remember us, then we'll leave.
Ettie nodded. We'll do it then. He holds the key. He must know something.
What key?
Not a real key, Elsa May. You must need more sugar. I mean, he holds the—
I see what you mean, Elsa May chuckled. They both stood when they were ready to go.
Elsa May let out a loud, satisfied sigh as they walked out of the cafe.
That was good. I still can't believe how mean you were, Ettie, for getting me toast.
You ate it all anyway, didn't you? Including the toast?
Yes, but
Be thankful. Some people don't have enough to eat, and you've just had 2 things.
Elsa May narrowed her eyes at Ettie. I wouldn't have had to eat 2 if you'd gotten me the right thing in the first instance.
Let's agree to disagree.
Great. That's a great thought. Something else you can write in that journal of yours. As Elsa May followed Ettie down the street, Elsa May muttered, Makes about as much sense as the other things you've written. Chapter 8. When they walked into the hospital, the first person they saw was Detective Kelly. They hadn't even gotten to the reception desk to ask where Thomas's room was. The detective saw them too and walked over. You've come to see Thomas, I suppose.
We have.
Don't bother, he's sleeping. They just gave him heavy meds and he fell asleep while we were there.
Did you talk with him?
Kelly nodded. I did, and he's pretty much got his memory back except for being at the wedding. As far as I'm concerned, that was the most crucial part. He can't remember any of it.
I'm pleased to hear he got more of his memory back, Ettie said.
Kelly looked carefully at them both as though he was going to tell them a secret. He's a key witness, so we've been watching him 24 hours a day.
Ettie's hand went to her throat. You think his life is in danger?
His eyebrows rose. Someone was killed. What's to stop the murderer from killing the witness? He's killed once already. Elsa May said, So you no longer think Thomas killed the groom? We're not ruling anything out at this stage. Elsa May tapped on Ettie's arm. Come on, time to go home. We won't bother Thomas now. I can drive you. It's not far out of the way. Ettie was pleased to hear it. It would save a taxi fare.
Thank you. We'd appreciate that.
On the way out, they passed the hospital's pharmacy. Elsa May stopped in her tracks and pulled on Ettie's sleeve to make her stop. Will you look at that? Ettie frowned at the display of items.
What are you going on about?
Detective Kelly stopped too and turned around with the usual dissatisfied expression on his face. Elsa May picked up a small box. These are eye patches.
For what?
To put over your eyes when you're sleeping. How I'd love these.
Why? We sleep in complete darkness.
No, Elsa May's head shook so much that her cheeks wobbled. We start off that way, but someone always has to go to the bathroom at least twice every night.
Simple. Keep Snowy outside.
Ettie glanced at Kelly and saw he was growing frustrated with waiting. Nay, Ettie, it's you that I'm talking about who needs to go to the bathroom. It's not Snowy. Ettie's lips turned down at the corners. Elsa May continued. And when you go, you always have to have the light on.
That's because I can't see in the dark. I'm not a cat.
Exactly why I need these. Elsa May looked lovingly down at the floral eye mask displayed in the see-through plastic case. This would solve all my problems. Get them, will you, so we can go? Kelly said in a voice that was gruffer than usual. Elsa May chuckled and said to Ettie, Might I borrow some money? I didn't bring any with me.
What's new? How much are they?
Ettie reached into the fabric drawstring bag she'd brought with her. $20.
$20? Why don't you make your own? It wouldn't cost you anything.
It would, because it says here it has elasticized sides. We'd have to buy the elastic, and besides, where would I get the time? Just give me the money." Elsa May held out her hand. As Ettie handed over the money, she said, "This better put you in a better mood." Elsa May grinned. "Oh, it will. If I can get a good night's sleep, I'll be the best mooded person in the entire world." Ettie chuckled. Ettie waited outside with Detective Kelly while Elsa May hurried into the store to make her purchase. When they were finally in the car and heading home, Ettie questioned Detective Kelly about the bride's father. Kelly told her he had a solid alibi. He was at work, and that was recorded on the surveillance cameras and verified by everyone who worked at the auto shop. That night, Elsa May burst into Ettie's room. "Oh, Ettie, look at this." Ettie rolled over and turned on the gaslight on her nightstand. She got a fright when she saw Elsa May standing there with the pink floral nightshades over her eyes. "Is it stuck?" Elsa May ripped it off her head, just as Snowy walked in and lay down on the mat beside Ettie's bed. "No, it's not stuck. The silly thing is too tight." She flung it at Ettie. "Feel it. Who has a head this small?" "I read the package, and it didn't say it was for children or for people with abnormally small heads." Ettie put it on. "It's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. Oh, it is wunderbar. It cuts out so much light." "Yeah, well, you try to sleep with it like that. It feels okay until you try to sleep. It's pressing against my eyes." Ettie took it off and had a better look. "How about we lengthen the back of it tomorrow?" "Oh, Ettie, that means we'd need elastic." "No, we could sew an extra bit of fabric into the back at the sides. We'd have something here among our fabric scraps that would work." Elsa May shook her head. "This is dreadful. Now I've lost sleep. That thing was supposed to give me more sleep, and now it's ruined my night. We must find time to get elastic tomorrow. Don't forget." "We don't need it. I said—" "No, we need to fix it properly or the stitches will stick into my head. Don't you see that? I sleep on my back, so this thing must not have any sticking out bits." It was times like these that Ettie wished she lived alone. Ettie agreed, but only because Elsa May had worked herself up into a state. "We can do that. Go to bed and try to get some sleep." "I'll try. Come on, Snowy." Elsa May walked out of the room, and Snowy got up and followed. Ettie turned off the light, sighed, and pulled the covers over her head. No mask needed. Chapter 9. First thing the next morning, Elsa May insisted that it was urgent they call Quentin. Ettie agreed, if Elsa May would allow her to fix her eye shades first, without elastic, telling her it would save time. Reluctantly, Elsa May agreed. While Ettie sewed a piece of fabric on to lengthen it, Elsa May looked over her shoulder the whole time, telling her how to do it. Then Ettie had her try on the adjusted sleep mask, and Elsa May pronounced the problem solved. After they'd had breakfast and washed up, they headed down to the shanty where the phone was housed. It was still early in the morning, but Quentin answered his phone immediately. "Hello, Quentin," Ettie said in a shaky voice as Elsa May had her ear pressed against the phone so she could hear as well. "This is he." "This is Ettie Smith. My sister and I met you." "I know who you are. I've been waiting on your call. Have you reconsidered what we talked about?" Elsa May jabbed her in the ribs. "Tell him yes." Ettie frowned at her sister. "Yes." "Excellent. What do you need from me? I'll do anything I can to help find the person who killed my brother." Ettie explained their plans and gave him their address. Half an hour later, they were in the back seat of his car.
Quentin turned around and stared at each of them in turn.
I can't thank you enough for doing this.
Don't thank us now. We haven't done anything yet, Elsa May said.
I have a good feeling. It's nice to have someone on my side. Where to? He asked.
Elsa May looked over at Ettie, and then Ettie said, We want to talk to the bride and her mother.
I can arrange that. I've met Helena a few times. That's the mother. She's always been pleasant.
He pressed some buttons on the dashboard of the car, and then they heard a dial tone. Hello, a woman said.
Hello, Helena. It's Quentin.
Oh, Quentin, how are you holding up?
Not too good. How's Jessica?
Inconsolable. She's barely left her room. The doctor had to come to the house and sedate her. She was hysterical.
I can relate to that. I'm barely holding it together myself. I've employed a private consultant to help me find who killed Richard.
Elsa May leaned over and whispered to Ettie. That's you. Ettie raised her eyebrows.
Do you mind if she asks you some questions? Quentin asked.
It's a woman?
Yes.
No, I don't mind at all, Helena said.
Perfect. What are you doing this morning?
Nothing. We're not going anywhere today. I'm at home with Jessica.
We'll see you in a few minutes.
Oh, you're coming here?
Yes, with the investigator.
Okay, well, give me at least half an hour. I'm just watering the garden at the moment. I'll text you the address.
Will do.
He pressed a button to end the call. Ettie and Elsa May had heard the whole conversation. So you know her fairly well, then? Ettie asked.
Not that much. Jessica and Richard were only dating for 6 months. Jessica's very close to her mother. We've had a few family birthdays, and Jessica always brought Helena along.
His phone sounded. He looked down at it and then put some coordinates into his GPS. And how did Helena get along with Richard?
They got along well together. You don't think Ettie's just trying to get the full picture of everyone your brother knew?
Who is arranging the funeral? Ettie asked.
He huffed. Jessica, it seems, with her mother helping her. I've been officially informed of that. Jessica sent me a text last night. Seems odd that they were only married for a couple of hours, and that has given her the right to plan his funeral.
And if he'd died the day before the wedding, who would have planned it?
Me, since I'm his only brother. Our parents died a few years ago in a car accident. There were only the two of us. Now it's just me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Elsa May shook her head.
Yes, that's never easy. At least they didn't have to grow old and decrepit and then deteriorate. He glanced at them in the rearview mirror. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean.
Elsa May leaned toward the front.
Didn't mean what?
He means we're not spring chickens, Ettie said.
We're not deteriorated yet, Elsa May told him. I normally don't look like this. I've had no sleep. No sleep at all. Thanks to some eye mask. It was supposed to help me sleep, not keep me awake. But I won't tell you about that. That's not really what I meant, although I know it sounds like that. I was really trying to justify to myself why my parents' deaths weren't all bad. It makes me feel better if I can look at it from a different angle. Over the years, I've seen people suffer with illnesses and die slow, painful deaths. My parents were taken suddenly and didn't go through that. He shrugged his shoulders. That's what I tell myself. I see what you mean, Elsa May said. You were trying to see the bright side, trying to see the glass half full, looking at the greener grass on the other side of the fence.
He glanced in the rearview mirror at Elsa May.
Something like that.
Elsa May stared out the window.
I wonder if people can die through lack of sleep." Ettie was embarrassed that her sister wouldn't stop talking, but she daren't tell her to stop. Ettie held her tongue and looked out the other window. Chapter 10. Minutes later, Quentin turned his car into a wide and grand driveway. Ettie saw two impressive stone pillars, either side of black wrought iron gates. "Is this where they live?" "Never been here before. This is the address she gave me." He opened his window, leaned out, and pressed the button. The gates slowly opened, and he drove up a winding driveway until they came to the front of a stately old two-story house. They got out of the car. A small lady opened the door. The first thing the sisters saw was pink. Jessica's mother was clothed in a head-to-toe pink jumpsuit. Her bleached blonde hair was held in place by a pink comb. She stood there smiling, seeming pleased to see Quentin. "How are you?" Quentin asked. "I've been better." A gaze from her dark brown eyes swept over Ettie and Elsa May. "This is Mrs. Smith and her sister, Mrs. Lutz. They're my investigators." "You can't be serious." "I'm very serious. Mrs. Smith comes highly recommended. She can solve a case before the cops. One of the cops told me so himself." "These are the ladies from the bed and breakfast." "We were helping out." Ettie then realized that Jessica's mother hadn't been at the wedding. How could she have seen them? Unless she had been there. No one else seemed to notice, so Ettie decided to keep quiet for now. Quentin explained. "Look, I'm willing to do anything I can, and if that means I'm unconventional, then I'm unconventional, and I hire unconventional investigators." "Relax, it's fine. If you trust these ladies, I do too." She folded her arms across her chest. "I don't know if I can tell you anything that I haven't told the police already." Elsa May didn't hold back. "Well, we can start with what you've told the police." Helena took a step back, and Ettie thought she was going to close the door on them. "I will answer anything you ask, but please don't disturb my daughter. She's upstairs in her room. She's in a dreadful state." "We'll just talk to you at this stage, if that's all right," Ettie said. "That's fine. Come in." She showed them into a room that overlooked a colorful garden. There were purple blooms in one area, and then masses of pink climbing roses covering an archway, not unlike the setup that had been at the bed and breakfast. "Might I use your bathroom?" Quentin asked. "Certainly, there's a guest bathroom just around the corner." "Thank you." "You have a very lovely garden," Ettie said. "It's a wonder your daughter didn't have the wedding right there in the garden." "Thank you, Mrs." "Please call me Ettie, and my sister is Elsa May." "Thank you, Betty. I'm Helena. The garden keeps me busy, gives me something to do. I do it all myself. I don't even have a gardener. Have a seat." "Her name's Ettie," Elsa May told Helena. "Oh, dear me, I am sorry." Ettie shrugged. "That's fine." They took a seat, and Elsa May cleared her throat. "Helena, can you tell us why you weren't at the wedding? Wait, if you weren't at the wedding, how did you know that we were?" Ettie stared at Elsa May, annoyed that she'd opened her mouth about that. Helena blew out a deep breath. "I've put my foot in it, haven't I? I decided to watch while they had their photographs taken. I'd been to the bed and breakfast before and knew the spots Jessica chose to be photographed, so I knew where to hide. Then, through a window, I saw them sitting down to eat. It was then that I left. I noticed you both were waiting the tables." Ettie had to wonder whether that was the truth. Had the bride's mother been at the wedding to plant the poison, to set up the murder? Helena continued, "I thought I'd never forgive Richard for making me miss the wedding. But now our disagreement doesn't seem important. I should have been there. I would have only just left before—" "What did you disagree about?" Elsa May asked. "He had the attitude that my daughter should be grateful that she was marrying him, and he kept making comments about her marrying above herself. I suppose he was a snob because we didn't come from New York. Many people look down on others depending on their geographic location. It's quite ludicrous. Don't you agree?" "That's awful." Elsa May hung her head. Helena continued, "We're not exactly poor, and yet that's how he made us feel. My husband did well with investments. He died after we were only married a few months, but I still have money coming in from the investments he made. He was a very clever man."
"Wait a minute," Ettie said. "Someone said he wasn't at the wedding either, and I thought someone said you two were estranged."
"Oh, they were talking about my second husband, Jessica's father. I was talking about my first husband, Ron. He was the one who made the money. All Jessica's father did was lose money. He's a bit of a gambler, you see. Thankfully, he never had access to my money, not beyond day-to-day living expenses, that is. I made sure of that after I saw his darker side." Elsa May tugged on the strings of her prayer cup. "You must have had a big argument with Richard to make you stay away from your own daughter's wedding." "As I said, it was just a general disagreement. It was my way of saying you're not all that. Do you know what I mean?" Elsa May nodded. "I think I do. But what about your daughter? She must have been sad you weren't there on one of the most special days of her life." "It was a last-minute decision. She didn't know until after the wedding started, and I didn't show up at the ceremony. Now I regret my decision not to go. My daughter shouldn't have had to go through something like that on her own."
"How is she feeling?"
Ettie asked. "She's not at all good, and tomorrow she'll be even worse because we have to choose a casket and start making the funeral arrangements. That's something I'm dreading." At that moment, Quentin walked back into the room. "I could always do that for you. I don't mind taking over the funeral arrangements if you'd rather I do it." "Jessica wants to, thanks all the same. It's her duty as his wife. We are making all the funeral arrangements tomorrow, although we still don't know when they'll be done with him. Heaven only knows what they're looking for. They said he was poisoned with cyanide. That's their best assumption at this stage," Elsa May told them. Helena's face turned deathly pale. "Cyanide? It was cyanide? Are we in danger too?" Helena looked at Quentin. "To know that for sure, we have to know who killed him and why." Helena's cell phone rang, and she reached forward and turned it off. "I don't know how the press got my number, but they haven't stopped calling. A news helicopter went over this morning, and I had reporters at the gate wanting to come in and interview us. They're quite unbelievable. I have nothing to say to them." "Best not to say anything," Quentin agreed. Helena looked over at Ettie and Elsa May. "And are you ladies going to figure out who killed him?" Chapter 11. "Yes, that's what we aim to do," said Elsa May. "Well, I don't know how I can help you, but I'm willing to answer your questions." Ettie said,
I'm just curious to know how Jessica met Richard.
That's something she didn't want to tell me. But then I found out she met him on an internet dating site. It's one of those sites where young women meet millionaires. Thank heavens that he wasn't so much older than her. Imagine what people would think if she married an 80-year-old man. So she was deliberately looking for a rich man? Elsa May asked. Quentin folded his arms across his chest. Well, this is new information. He told me he met her while he was playing golf. It was quite a shock to me, too, but I do believe they were in love. I do think it was true love. Otherwise, she never would have married him. Yes, but people do marry for money, Helena, Quentin said. My daughter wouldn't have done that. She's not that kind of girl. Ettie knew Quentin was unconvinced. So you all knew each other fairly well, then? You've gotten to know each other these last few months, Elsa May asked. That's right. I met all the family, aunts, uncles, and cousins, Helena said. A lot of them didn't come to the wedding, Quentin told Ettie and Elsa May. Many of them couldn't get here because of the airline strike. Helena nodded. Yes, that is inconvenient. Not that the strike worried me, because I never go anywhere. I can't leave my plants. No one would look after them like I do. I just can't trust anyone with my roses, not at this time of year.
Elsa May's like that with her dog. She doesn't trust anyone to look after him, not even me.
Elsa May laughed. I'm not so sure about that. Quentin leaned back in the chair. So, what do you envision for the funeral? There are going to be quite a lot of people there. You know that, don't you? As well as the press. You're going to have to make arrangements for that. Perhaps a professional should plan it?
Oh, like a professional planned the wedding and got sacked by Richard? Helena asked. Both Helena and Quentin glared at each other. What happened with the wedding planner? Ettie asked.
Richard had a disagreement with her, and he let her go on the day of the wedding.
Oh, yes, Ettie said. I think I did hear something along those lines.
Don't worry about the funeral, Quentin. Your brother will have a splendid farewell. Thank you, I hope so. If money is an issue, I can always— It's fine. We have access to Richard's money. Quentin frowned. Already? Surely that can't be right. There wouldn't have been time. Yes, they had a joint account, and Jessica transferred that money into her own account in case there was funny business going on anywhere. Funny business? You have to wonder how much she's entitled to. She was only married to him for 5 minutes. Helena's lips curved upward, but not in a pleasant way. He didn't want a prenup, and that was his choice. Jessica offered to do one, but he wouldn't hear of it. Now Jessica was seeming more guilty by the minute. I don't believe she talked about one with him. Quentin sprang to his feet. I think I'm going to have to talk to my lawyer. Helena laughed. I wouldn't bother if I were you. Luther Watson is now our lawyer. He opened his mouth in shock. That's right. Ask him if you want. He'll tell you himself. Helena smirked. I don't believe he'd do that. Well, he did. He gladly came to work for us. It's given Jessica a sense of comfort. He's been there for her, emotionally. Why would you do this, Helena? Haven't we always gotten along? I was always supportive of Richard and Jessica's relationship. I happen to know that's not true. I've been told you were trying to see to it that Jessica didn't get 1 cent.
I believe your exact words to Richard were, you didn't want her to get 1/2 of 1 cent. She'll be an asset to your construction firm. What? I agree that she should be compensated in some way, but for her to think she can work in the firm or have any part in it is ridiculous. What does she know about business? Have you taken 1 minute to find out before you asked your former lawyer to cut her off without a cent? I was also told by Luther that you never liked her as a person. Helena glared at Quentin. This is an outrage. He's lying. He's just following the money. Luther has no loyalty. Anyway, what happened to attorney-client privilege? Helena smirked. About that. He said you used him more as a business advisor so that thing you just mentioned wouldn't apply. That's a lie, too. That dirty, rotten scoundrel. Come on, ladies, we're done here. He glared at Helena. This is war, and you've just declared it. You're no family of mine. We're now officially enemies. I'll do everything I can to stop you and your daughter from getting your hands on my brother's money. He stormed off, and they heard the front door slam. Ettie walked over to Helena, who was laughing. We'd like to speak with you again sometime. You're welcome to come back alone, without Quentin, I mean, if you think it'll help you find out who killed Richard. Thank you. Elsa May pulled Ettie's sleeve. Come along, Ettie. He's the one with the car. It's a long walk home. Ettie and Elsa May had no choice but to go with him, even though there were many other questions they hadn't gotten to ask. While Ettie and Elsa May were putting on their seat belts in the back of the car, Quentin was making a frantic call to someone about his former lawyer. From what they overheard, they found out the lawyer had left the firm he'd been working for and had gone out on his own. Quentin grunted when he ended the call. He then beat his fists against the steering wheel while yelling some rude words. Ettie put her hand on the door handle, ready to jump out. I'm sorry, he said. One thing I can't deal with is disloyalty and people who break promises. What he did was just as bad. I can see it came as a big shock to you, Elsa May said. It did. We treated that man like one of the family. He was part of our team. No, more than that, he was in the inner circle with us. As they drove down the driveway, Quentin suggested, Perhaps you should come back here when I'm not around. You might get more out of her. Or we could try to talk to her again at the funeral, Elsa May said. They can't stop us from going, can they? No, you could try, Quentin said. I was disappointed we couldn't talk with Jessica. I wonder what she's got to say. When I asked for the bathroom, I was going to sneak upstairs and see her. But I couldn't get up there without Helena seeing me. That would be taking a risk. She said she didn't want Jessica being disturbed. Too bad. Had I known he'd met Jessica from one of those sites, I would have been able to talk him out of marrying her. She's nothing but a gold digger. That's confirmed by her taking our lawyer. She was deliberately looking for a wealthy man to get her hooks into. He gritted his teeth. I warned him to be wary of women like that. I wanted to have her investigated, but he wouldn't allow it. Now I know why, since he knew she was a gold digger from the start. I can't believe how it turned so hostile in there. She was hostile toward me, Ettie, not the two of you. I know that. It's a shame she took your lawyer. When they drove out the gates, another car drove past them, heading to the house. Elsa May dug Ettie in her ribs. Ettie, that was Kevin from the wedding. The nice young man who was going to try to get us some cake. He was one of the waiters. Ettie rubbed her sore ribs. Was it really Kevin from the wedding? Yes. Chapter 12. What would he be doing visiting them?
Just outside the gates, Quentin pulled over to the side of the road. He tapped some things into his phone. Then he handed his phone to Elsa May. "Have a look through these and see if he's there." Elsa May took the phone from him. "What's this?" "It's a list of her Instagram friends. Move your finger up and down on the screen." Elsa May had a look through with Ettie peering over her shoulder. "That's him there," Ettie said. "It says right there his name is Kevin McConnor." Quentin grabbed the phone back. "Let's see now." He scrolled through her Instagram posts. Seems he was an ex-boyfriend. Ah, Jessica got him to do it. "You honestly think Jessica got him to kill Richard?" Ettie asked. "Yes. Well, I didn't think she was capable of that, but now that she stole Luther, who knows? She could be capable of almost anything. I'll have to tell the police." While he was punching the numbers into his phone, Elsa May dug Ettie in the ribs and whispered, "You'd better stop him. Kelly said we could look into things as long as we kept him away, remember?" Ettie nodded, but didn't know what to do. Before she could open her mouth, he was telling Detective Kelly that Jessica's ex-boyfriend was at the wedding as a waiter, and that they saw him just now at her house. The conversation didn't last long. "What did he say?" Elsa May asked when he ended the call. "He said he already knew it all. Kevin was at the wedding, and he disclosed he knew Jessica and said they'd had a previous relationship." He shook his head. "Richard wouldn't have been happy about that if he'd known." "Did the detective say anything else?" "He said he was looking into it further. That's what he always says when I tell him something. It's so frustrating. It's like they're trying to tie my hands behind my back. They're so slow. Why haven't they found the killer by now?" "Don't worry. Ettie will call him later to check that he followed up with it." Ettie stared at Elsa May. He turned around to face them. "Would you, Ettie?" "Of course she will." "It's eating away at me that they're planning the funeral. I was trying to get over that, but now they've taken our lawyer. I can't believe he's done that. He was one of us." "How much do you know about the lawyer? Might the three of them be in it together? Sounds like they had a lot to gain if they teamed up," Elsa May asked. "From what I've learned today, it wouldn't surprise me. I'll tell the detective." "No, better let Ettie mention it when she calls him later today." Quentin gasped. "I totally forgot. I have an appointment. Can we do some more looking into things tomorrow?" "Certainly. We'll reconvene tomorrow." Once Ettie and Elsa May stepped into the safety of their home and Quentin was driving away, Ettie said, "Did you notice something, Elsa May?" "Yes, Snowy's not here." "I didn't mean that." Elsa May looked around. "Snowy! Here, boy!" They heard scratching on a door. Elsa May hurried to her bedroom and opened the door. Snowy ran out and ran around in circles, happy to see them. "Oh, I closed him in the bedroom." "Great." Ettie rolled her eyes. "Did he leave any surprises in there for you?" Elsa May walked into her room. "No, I'll let him out the back." She walked through the room and opened the back door, and Snowy ran out. "What were you saying before, Ettie?" "Helena knew us from the wedding. She gave you an explanation, but she said these are the ladies from the wedding. Quentin didn't bat an eyelid when she said she remembered us, and he wasn't there to hear her explanation about how she saw us there." "What are you saying, Ettie?" "I don't know. Forget it. I'll store it up for later." "Do you suspect Quentin?" "No, it was just—" "I know what you're saying, but don't start jumping at shadows." Ettie nodded. He simply didn't notice it. He was probably nervous about seeing Helena. And who could blame him? The poor man can't even plan his own brother's funeral, and as he said, Jessica was only married to him for 5 minutes.
Okay, it was just... Never mind. Snowy ran back into the house, and Elsa May closed the back door.
Well, what do you think about Helena stealing the lawyer?
Ettie shrugged her shoulders and followed Elsa May into the kitchen. The lawyer seems awful to leave Quentin at a time like this. He was their lawyer first. Unless there's more to the story. Elsa May sat down at the kitchen table.
There's always more, Ettie. There's always more. There's his side, their side, and the truth that lies somewhere in the middle. And only the killer knows where that middle ground is. Only they know what happened.
Ettie filled up the tea kettle with water, thinking about Elsa May's words.
Chapter 13. The next morning they were getting ready for Quentin's arrival when Detective Kelly surprised them with a visit. It was Ettie who opened the door to him.
"Good morning, Detective Kelly. Come in."
Elsa May was right behind her. "You look dreadful." "Thanks very much."
"You do look a little tired."
"I'm always tired. That's nothing unusual. It's part of the job and something I've learned to live with."
"Have you had breakfast yet?"
Ettie asked. Elsa May took over as Kelly walked into the house. "Would you like something to eat? We can fix you some eggs and bacon, or scrambled eggs if you prefer. If you'd like something lighter, we can make you some toast." His thin lips curved upward. "Toast and coffee would be wonderful if you don't mind." Of course, of course. Come into the kitchen. We've only just made coffee." "I can smell it. There's nothing like the smell of freshly brewed coffee in the morning." He followed Ettie and Elsa May into the kitchen and sat down at the small round table. Elsa May poured him out some coffee and placed a cup in front of him. Ettie was just about to sit down when she asked,
"Why do I feel like you've got bad news?"
Elsa May had now sat down, and she looked up at Ettie. "Oh, Ettie, put the toast on, would you?"
"Of course."
Ettie turned around and put 2 slices of bread under the gas grill. "I do have news. Yesterday we got 2 search warrants. One for the bride's premises and one for Richard's lawyer, who apparently is the bride's lawyer now. He's jumped ships."
Ettie sat down. "Yes, we heard that. We were at the bride's place yesterday."
"Well, there was a thorough search of the house, and we've got all their computers and laptops and whatnot to go through. We found out some very interesting things." "What's that?" Elsa May leaned forward. "For one, we found cyanide at the bride's house." Elsa May gasped and covered her mouth. "It was her." "Not so fast. We also found cyanide in the lawyer's car." Elsa May rubbed the side of her head. "So you found 2 containers of cyanide?" "Correct." Ettie had an idea yesterday. What if there were 3 of them in it together? Jessica, her mother, and the lawyer. He scratched his chin and glanced at Ettie. "A picture is beginning to emerge, and it seems that you and I both see the same image, Mrs. Smith." "The toast, Ettie." Ettie jumped up and pulled out the tray. The toast was browned and not burnt. She heaved a sigh, relieved she wouldn't have to listen to her sister's critique, and then buttered the detective's toast. Once Ettie placed the toast in front of him, she sat down again. "We're doing our best to keep Quentin out of your way," Elsa May told him as he chewed his first mouthful. "Thank you, I appreciate that." "Are you going to make any arrests?" Elsa May asked. "I've made 2 arrests already.
That's what I've come to tell you."
"Well, why didn't you say that?" Elsa May asked.
"I was getting to it."
Ettie couldn't believe her ears. "Who?"
"The lawyer and Richard's widow, Jessica. It makes sense, too. They both had the most to gain from Richard's death. Finding the cyanide in their possession was the thing that put the nails in their coffins."
"Then why do you look so worried?" asked Elsa May.
"Because it's too easy," asked Ettie. "Isn't that right, Detective? If they were guilty, they would have hidden their tracks better."
"No, I wasn't thinking that at all, Mrs. Smith. I was thinking that we probably won't be able to pin anything on the lawyer because he'll use all the brains of his lawyer friends, and it'll be hard to make anything stick. He could also just say someone planted that poison in his car. That's why we need to get something else on him and do it fast. Something that'll stick. I've got a few ideas."
"Care to share what they are, Elsa May asked.
"I'm hoping we'll find something on his computer in regard to the purchase of cyanide. There's a big day looming ahead for me. Thank you for the breakfast. The wife used to give me breakfast, but we're redecorating the kitchen and we've been living on takeout."
"Ettie and I can make you and your wife a couple of meals. It's no trouble at all. You shouldn't have too much takeout."
"No, but thank you. The wife wouldn't like that. She enjoys eating out. When I said we've been living on takeout, I meant I was. I'm usually still at work when she eats out at various restaurants. Then she'll get a to-go meal for me."
He took another mouthful of coffee and then set the mug down on the table.
"Well, thank you for your help, ladies. And that's another case close to being wrapped up."
"Are you sure?"
asked Ettie.
"I'd say your first thought was right. But 2 of them were in it together rather than 3. Maybe not the mother, but definitely the daughter."
"Do you mind if we talk to Helena again today? We'd like to talk to her again by ourselves."
"Without Quentin,"
Ettie explained.
He shook his head. "It won't happen. We're bringing her in for questioning this morning. We're hoping to wear her down so she slips up, or maybe she'll make a confession. Either way, I need to get something out of her. She must know something if her daughter did it."
"Well, if you're talking to Helena this morning, can we talk to her in the afternoon?"
Kelly emptied his coffee mug and then placed it down on the table.
"It's a free country. You can do anything you like." He stood up and grabbed his toast. "I'll eat this on the way. Thank you. I'll see myself out."
He left before Elsa May or Ettie could walk him to the door. Ettie and Elsa May sat there looking at each other. "He doesn't have manners. He should have sat down and waited until he finished eating," Elsa May pouted.
"He does have other things on his mind. He's a busy man."
"What are you thinking we should do today? He seems pretty sure he knows who did it. The lawyer and the wife. I mean, the widow."
"If Jessica killed him, why would she keep the cyanide at the house for the police to find?"
"That's easy, Ettie. She didn't think anyone would suspect her. And maybe she'd never killed anyone before and didn't know the police would search her house. But she had a motive, and now they've found proof."
"I know, but he was murdered at the wedding with poison, and really, anybody would have had access to his food and his drink."
"More so the people who were serving. I wonder if they've come to a conclusion about Thomas."
"Who, the police?"
Elsa May nodded.
"He didn't mention Thomas at all."
"Then there's the ex-boyfriend Kevin, who was a waiter."
"I'm sure they've questioned him carefully."
Chapter 14. When Quentin arrived several minutes after Detective Kelly had left, they told him all that Kelly had said.
Quentin put both hands over his mouth. I can't believe it. Our own lawyer. Abandoning us is one thing, but murdering my brother? I just don't believe it. Ettie and I want to talk with Helena again this afternoon, after Kelly talks with her. I'll come back and drive you there. You don't have to. We can get there by ourselves. No, I'll come back around 1 and drive you to the house. Don't worry, I'll stay out of sight. I'll park up the road. Thank you. I should go. I've got some calls to make. Once he drove away, Ettie and Elsa May moved to their living room. It's very kind of him to drive us there. Elsa May settled down in her chair and pulled out the knitting from the bag by her feet. Ettie picked up her book of thoughts and sat on the couch.
Just as well. All these taxi fares add up.
I know, but it's still cheaper than having a horse and buggy.
That's true, for the number of times we go anywhere. Most of the time we're stuck at home.
We do go out a fair bit. And what's wrong with our home?
Ettie grinned. Nothing. It suits the two of us.
Elsa May's lips turned down at the corners.
What's wrong now?
Ettie asked. Nothing.
I can tell there is. When I said stuck at home, I wasn't saying anything bad about the house.
That's good, because you should be grateful for all that God provides for us. Elsa May shook a finger at Ettie. Ettie was glad Elsa May got that off her chest.
I am.
Ettie leaned back and read through her thoughts over the last couple of days. After several minutes of silence, Elsa May asked, Anything interesting in there?
Yeah, a few things.
Care to share?
Not particularly.
Elsa May grunted. You should have your mind on Richard's murder. You told Quentin you'd help him, and you also told Greta you would.
I'm resting my mind for later today, for when we talk with Helena.
Resting your mind, huh?
That's right. Does it bother you to see me sitting, reading? Should I get up and clean something? Would that make you happy?
Nay, because the house is already clean. Ettie realized she wouldn't get any peace, so she closed her thoughts book and placed it on the low table in front of her.
Would you prefer to discuss some things?
That might be a good idea. What would we discuss?
How about who killed Richard?
That might be fitting, since you promised to find who did it. Ettie frowned at her sister.
I didn't promise. You know that.
You said you'd help.
That's right, and I am, Ettie said. Okay, what suspects do we have so far?
Elsa May smiled and her shoulders relaxed. We have Jessica or the lawyer. Either of them or both.
Ettie gave a nod. Let's just name them singly.
Jessica or the lawyer.
Who else?
Ettie asked. Elsa May huffed. Helena, and then there's the chef, Lorenzo. The wedding planner, too.
Don't forget Jessica's father. He's the one where she could have got the poison. He has an alibi, but he might have paid someone to do it. I wonder how well he knew Kevin. Maybe those two did it. Kevin was there at the right time, right place. Let's make a list of all those people. Ettie lifted up her thoughts book to find some paper she could write on. Oh, Ettie, you're not going to write the names of the suspects in your special book, are you? You said it was a thoughts book. Don't worry about what I'm doing.
Ettie found a piece of paper and used her book to support it, and started writing. Elsa May stared at her sister over the top of her knitting glasses. Are you ready now?
I'm just writing down the suspects thus far.
Yes, good. Ettie, do that and then read them to me.
Elsa May resumed the clickety-clacking of her knitting needles. Then Ettie said, "One person you didn't mention that maybe should go on the list is Thomas."
Oh, Ettie, that's silly. Let's just name the people who could have done it, shall we?
Anyone at the wedding could have done it.
Yes, but that doesn't mean they had the motive. We need to find people with the motive. Ettie stared at her list.
What about business competitors? I wonder if one of them could have killed him. Someone in a competing business. Maybe Richard and Quentin stepped on one toe too many.
Elsa May shook her head. If there was anyone likely, then Quentin would have mentioned them. He hasn't, and he knew his brother best.
Not really.
What do you mean, Ettie?
He didn't know his brother was on that dating site,
Ettie said. No, but he would have known things about business and not necessarily about his brother's personal life.
I suppose that does make some kind of sense.
Ettie stared at her list.
All we have to do is eliminate these people one by one.
That sounds easy enough. Is there anyone we can cross off your list now?
Only Thomas.
That's cheating, Ettie. You only put him on so you'd have someone to cross off. Ettie ignored her sister and put a line through Thomas's name.
And I really don't think Helena did it. A mother wouldn't do something that would cause her daughter so much pain.
Unless the daughter wanted her to do it. Leave Helena's name on the list, Ettie. More information about her might develop into something, okay?
If you say so.
Elsa May gave her a nod. I do. I feel so much better that we have a list, don't you?
Yes, I do. It helps to have all the names in front of me.
Snowy pawed at Elsa May's leg. Oh, dear, he wants to go for his walk. Why don't you take him today since you're not doing anything useful? If I walk him, I won't be able to get my knitting done if we're going out later.
The doctor said you should walk every day.
And I will be. I'll be walking up Helena's long driveway. Be a dear and do it, will you, Ettie? I've got to get the knitting finished. It's for charity. Ettie pushed herself to her feet.
Come on, Snowy.
Ettie got to the door and took his lead off the hook. When Snowy came bounding toward her, she leaned down and clipped the lead to his collar.
Say bye to you, ma'am,
she said to Snowy. Oh, Ettie, I'm not his ma'am, Elsa May laughed. Ettie and Snowy headed out of the house and stepped into the late morning sunshine. Chapter 15. Early that afternoon, on the way to Helena's house, Quentin kept fuming about Jessica being arrested and still being able to plan his brother's funeral. I called my new lawyer, Brian Haynes, and he said there was nothing that could be done. He suggested I go along with everything at this stage and not make waves. He said I should look at the bigger picture, and the bigger picture is making sure Jessica doesn't get her hands on the company that my brother and I built from the ground up. That makes sense. There's nothing worse than family disagreements at a funeral. It's a little more than that, Elsa May, Quentin said. As agreed, Quentin parked his car down the road from Helena's house. He stayed in the car while the two sisters made their way back to the house on foot. They managed to slip through the fence, and then they walked up the driveway. When they reached the front door, Elsa May was quite out of breath.
Are you okay?
Ettie asked. I will be in a minute. Ettie knocked on the door. A few seconds later, Helena opened the door. This time she was dressed in a black figure-hugging bodysuit. You're back.
She eyed both of the sisters and then looked beyond them. "Quentin's not with you, is he?" "No, we walked in. Got through the fence." Elsa May was still breathless.
I hope you don't mind. We'd like to help you, too. Once the murderer is found, the police will leave both you and Jessica alone," Ettie said.
"That's right, and they should give us both a formal apology. They grilled me for hours this morning. I've not long been home. They say she'll be up for bail tomorrow. I just hope she gets it."
"We're so sorry she's been arrested."
"Thank you, me too. Come inside, Betty, and—"
"It's Ettie and Elsa May,"
Ettie told her. "That's right. I hope you haven't come to ask more questions because I've had a dreadful time. I was just about to lie down. I've got a terrific headache." "Sorry to hear that your daughter was arrested," Elsa May said, repeating what her sister had just stated. When they got to the garden room, she sat in the same seat as the day before. "Yes, thank you. They will release her as soon as they find out the truth." "And what is the truth?" Elsa May asked. "She didn't do it. That poison was planted here. I believe the police knew that, and that's why they raided the place. They could have put it here themselves. It wouldn't be the first time they've done something like that."
"Do you think the police are trying to frame your daughter?" Ettie asked.
"It's very possible they did it for money. Whoever killed Richard might have paid the police to arrest Jessica. Do you know how much money a police detective retires on? It makes them vulnerable to bribes."
"No, we don't know," Ettie said.
"Not very much. I can tell you that. It's a mere pittance. That's why they're tempted all the time. Tempted to turn. The circumstances are crazy. Why would Jessica murder the man she loves?" Elsa May leaned forward. "They think she did it for the money." "But we have money. She's been raised around money." Helena sighed. "Not as much money as Richard had, though. It also makes it look bad that she was on that dating site." Ettie wasn't sure what to ask to get a conversation started.
"I hear they took all your computers."
"They did. They turned my house upside down and took every single thing they could. How am I supposed to email anybody?"
"Call them from your phone," Ettie suggested.
"They've taken that too. That is a bit of a disadvantage. I do have my house phone."
"That's what I meant,"
Ettie said. "I hardly ever use it anymore. I was going to buy another cell phone today, but now I'm too tired to go through with it. Do you know they were trying to make me admit to helping my daughter kill Richard? It doesn't even make sense for me to do that. Why would I? And why would she?" Elsa May sighed. "It is unfortunate, but I suppose from their point of view they would say you were helping your daughter get a lot of money. Anyone could see that she loved Richard. You saw them together, didn't you?" Helena asked. "We did, and they looked very much in love. It warmed my heart," Elsa May said with a smile. "The tragedy of it all is, I know my daughter won't be charged, and they're wasting time thinking she did it when they should be out looking for the real killer. I'm a little psychic, you see. Now, if you ask me a question about something, I would never be able to give you the right answer. But when I know something, I just know." Ettie leaned forward.
"And what is it that you know?"
"What I just said. My daughter will not be charged. They will drop the rest of the charges, and hopefully they will find the real killer. My senses haven't told me that part yet. I only wish I knew. Then I could tell the investigators, and the killer would be placed behind bars." Helena wiped a tear from her eye. "Jessica doesn't need to be in prison while she's grieving the loss of her husband. The whole thing is disgraceful. I'll be suing for wrongful arrest."
Ettie asked, "Do you have any feelings as to who the real killer might be?"
Out of the corner of her eye, Ettie saw Elsa May scowling at her. "She just said she didn't, Ettie." "No, I don't. But when you think with your head, who winds up with the company and Richard's money if my daughter is out of the way?" Elsa May raised her eyebrows. "Quentin? That's right. And that's why I couldn't speak freely when he was here yesterday. Also, the police aren't paying attention to him, and that's another reason I think he might be paying them off."
"You think Quentin is paying off Detective Kelly?"
Ettie asked. Helena nodded. "It's possible."
"No, Kelly would never do that. Quentin has been harassing the whole police department to find the killer."
Helena sighed. "I don't know what to think anymore. All I know is that we were supposed to go to the funeral home to choose the casket. Now that's been delayed. The police haven't even released Richard's body yet. We'll have to do that as soon as Jessica gets out. Is there anyone else you can think of who might have wanted your daughter's husband out of the way? An old boyfriend, perhaps?" Elsa May asked. "Or maybe an old girlfriend of Richard's taking revenge?" "No, there's no one. Jessica would have mentioned if Richard had a crazy ex-girlfriend. If you don't mind, I'm done with answering questions today. I need to lie down and focus my attention on floating this headache away." When Helena stood, Ettie and Elsa May had no choice but to stand as well. "Sure, we're sorry to have troubled you." Helena walked them to the door, and just as she had her hand on the front door handle, Elsa May asked, "How well did your daughter know Kevin?" "I'm sorry I don't have the time or the energy to talk about him." "We understand," Elsa May said.
"Do you mind if we come to the funeral?"
"You're welcome. Even Quentin is welcome. I'm not trying to keep him away from his brother's funeral. Tell him that if you see him."
"We will."
"Thank you, Helena." They walked through the door, and then they heard it close behind them. They looked at one another.
"That was a big waste of time."
Ettie set off walking down the driveway. Elsa May hurried to catch up to her. "Not really."
"What do you mean?"
She didn't want to talk about Kevin.
"She was tired."
Or was she? Ettie frowned.
"Yeah, she said so before we mentioned his name."
She could have answered that one while we were going. I think she's hiding something about him.
Or maybe it's just that she doesn't want to open another can of worms."
Oh, can of worms. Yuck. Why would someone have a can of worms?
"It's just an expression."
I know that, but I wonder where it came from.
"The point is, no one would want to open a can of worms."
You've got that right.
"Now, is there some way we can get out this gate instead of going through the fence again?"
It's opening, Ettie. Quick, let's get through. Ettie pulled on her sister's sleeve.
"It's only opening because there's a car coming."
Ettie and Elsa May stood to the side while a shiny black car drove through. The driver looked at them and gave them a nod as the car drove past them. The sisters looked at each other. It was the lawyer they'd seen at the wedding, and he wasn't in jail. Chapter 16.
When Ettie saw the gates were closing, she pulled on Elsa May's sleeve. "Hurry!" Both ladies ran and made it through just in time before the gates closed. Then they started walking toward where Quentin had parked the car. Elsa May put her hand over her heart and stopped walking.
"Stop a moment until I catch my breath. That's the first time I've run in years. I'll be sure to tell my doctor about that."
"He doesn't want you to run. He wants you to walk every day."
"Don't ruin my moment."
Ettie laughed, and while she waited for her sister to catch her breath, she looked back at the house. "He's out of jail. Do you think Helena knew he was coming?"
"Of course. That's why she was getting rid of us. She didn't want to lie down at all."
"Then why invite us in when she did?"
"She didn't want to appear rude, that's why."
Ettie frowned at her sister's logic. "Can you make it to the car now? It's just over there."
"Okay, I think I can get there. I still have a little energy left after that sprint."
They walked the rest of the way to the car in silence. Ettie was wondering how much they should tell Quentin. Elsa May opened the car door on one side while Ettie was getting into the car from the other side. As soon as they were both seated, Ettie knew from Quentin's face that he too had seen the lawyer. "You saw him?" Ettie asked.
"Yes. I've called and left a message for the detective to get back to me. Why would they let him out? That means they've dropped the charges completely. There's been no time for bail to get set. That was supposed to be happening tomorrow morning." He thumped the steering wheel with his fist. Ettie jumped with fright, while Elsa May just sat there frozen. "It makes my blood boil. And what did Helena say to you?" "Nothing much," Elsa May said. "Well, she must have said something."
"She's upset about everything. She said her daughter doesn't deserve to be in jail while she's grieving her husband."
"And I don't need to be aggravated by trying to find my brother's killer. Nothing in life is fair. Nothing." He thumped the steering wheel again. "We also asked her about Kevin, but it was when we were leaving, and she said she didn't feel like talking." Quentin grunted. "Convenient."
"She must have known the lawyer was coming to see her. She did look very upset by everything."
"How could they let him out when they found stuff in his car? How? Detective Kelly better have a good answer." He started the car and revved it loudly. "Where to now?"
Elsa May and Ettie exchanged glances.
Without waiting for an answer, he said, "I'm going to see the detective face to face. That's the best way to get action on things."
"No," Ettie leaned forward over the seat back. "Not with Detective Kelly. He's someone you need to leave alone so he can do his job."
He looked over his shoulder at Ettie. "Do you think so?" "Yes," Elsa May answered. "We know so." Quentin pressed his head into the headrest. "He did say that to me." "That confirms it, then," Elsa May said. "I can't just do nothing."
"We probably can't do much more now. Jessica will most likely get bail tomorrow, and then she'll be busy arranging the funeral."
"Don't get me started on the funeral," he groaned. "I do have some business issues begging for my attention."
"Why don't you do that for the rest of the day?" Ettie suggested. "Take your mind off things for a while."
"I should, and then I've got another meeting with my new lawyer this afternoon. I was going to cancel, but maybe I should go."
"Yes, I think you should go. It sounds like it's important."
"No, first, I think we should find Kevin and talk to him. There's nothing more important than finding the person who cut my brother's life short."
He could know someone who knows something, or he could give us more information about Jessica, especially if we catch him unawares.
Okay, if you're sure.
I'll find out where he is, and then you ladies should talk with him. No good, me doing it. I'd totally lose my cool.
You can take us to him, and then you can go ahead to your meeting.
He nodded. Sounds good. I'll make a few calls to see if I can track him down. He got out of the car and paced up and down while he talked to someone. When he was finished, he got back in the car. Well, I called the wedding planner and she told me where Kevin works.
Great,
Quentin said. If the stars are aligned, he'll be working today. The restaurant isn't far away.
I didn't realize you knew the wedding planner so well,
Ettie said. I don't. She has an unusual name that I remembered. Vonda Pride. I just Googled her and her number came up. When he pulled up outside the restaurant, he said, I won't come in. I should get to my meeting. Could you ladies handle this yourselves? Yes, go. We'll be fine, Elsa May told him. We can find our own way home. Excellent, and I'll stop by and get the information tomorrow. As soon as Ettie and Elsa May walked into the restaurant, they saw Kevin. He recognized them immediately and walked over to them. Chapter 17. Hello, what are you two ladies doing over here on this side of town? Kevin asked Ettie and Elsa May. We're hungry, Elsa May blurted out. He seemed hesitant, like he didn't quite believe them. Okay, I'll show you to a table. Once they were seated, Ettie said,
We'd like to ask you some questions.
About the wedding the other day, Elsa May added. He looked over his shoulder and then asked, What about it? Elsa May said, We know you were once good friends with Jessica, so can you spare a moment to sit down? I can spare about 3 minutes. He pulled out a chair and sat down with them. My sister and I are concerned that the police will soon suspect a good friend of ours, and our friend is totally innocent. You mean Thomas? He asked. Yes, Thomas. We know he didn't do anything to harm Richard. He wouldn't hurt a flea, Elsa May told him. He seemed a fairly quiet sort of a man, from what I saw of him at the wedding, which wasn't much. Firstly, who do the police think did it? He asked. I didn't do it. The police have already talked with me. They arrested Richard's lawyer and also Jessica. I don't know about the lawyer, but I know Jessica is innocent.
We're not thinking it was you.
Okay. He looked from one to the other suspiciously. All right. You know about my arrest. Is that why you're here? Elsa May opened her mouth to speak, and Ettie kicked her under the table.
Go on,
Ettie said. I slashed up his tires and scratched the rest of his car, but I didn't kill him. When was this? Elsa May asked. Right after she broke up with me. She dumped me like a hot rock to go out with Richard.
And the police know this?
The cops doing this investigation don't know. I didn't tell them about the tires. But I told them everything about my relationship with Jessica. I didn't think the other bit was relevant.
We saw you driving in through the gates of Jessica's house. You passed us. So why did you visit Jessica, if I can ask that?
I went there because we're still friends. She doesn't know about the tire incident? Elsa May asked. He shook his head. No, thankfully, and I'd like to keep it that way. Elsa May leaned forward. How about Richard? Did Richard know you were the one who did that to his tires?
And that you were there at the wedding?
Ettie asked. They told him my name, obviously, but he hasn't joined the dots. From what I'm assuming, he thought it was a random attack. Jessica and I were dating, and then she suddenly dumped me. Next thing I heard, she was getting married, so I reached out to her. That's when she asked how I felt about serving at the wedding. There was some crew flying in who couldn't make it at the last minute. I said I'd help out.
So when we saw you the other day, was that the first time you'd seen her after the wedding?
No, she asked me to come there the night of the wedding. She was crying most of the time. She was very upset, and I was doing my best to comfort her.
Are you aware of how she met Richard?
Ettie asked. She told me they met at a charity function. Elsa May leaned forward. No, she met him on a website where young women go to meet rich men. He leaned back and seemed genuinely surprised. Is that true?
We believe so. Her mother told us so.
He shook his head. She didn't tell me that. Ettie raised her eyebrows. He said, That doesn't mean she killed him. Elsa May huffed. No, it doesn't, but it does mean that she meant to marry a rich man. And now she's the one who's inheriting all his money after less than a day of marriage. Ettie stared at him, wondering if he killed Richard to clear the path to Jessica. He had the motive and the opportunity, and he'd been there to comfort the grieving widow. He'd just moved up in Ettie's mind to become suspect number one. You say the police questioned you already? Elsa May asked. Yes, the police know everything. I told you that. He glanced behind him. I'm sorry I can't talk more. You were both there at the wedding. You know as much as I do. He stood up. Are you eating here, or did you just come to see me? Ettie opened the menu and saw the prices. She quickly closed it again.
We just came to see you. Thank you for speaking with us.
We could eat here, Ettie. Ettie stood up.
No, it's late, and now we have to go.
Elsa May's eyes grew wide. Okay, if you say so. They said goodbye to Kevin and walked out the door. Then he ran after them. Wait. They both turned around. If you want to look at someone, look at the chef, Lorenzo Christov. He's gone, you know. Disappeared.
Is that so?
That's what I heard. Who told you? Elsa May asked. It's a small town. Word gets around. Ettie nodded.
Thanks for letting us know.
No problem. Something else you might want to know is that the wedding planner was an ex-girlfriend of Richard Condike. That's something I've been keeping from Jessica. She's too fragile to know that.
Is that right?
Ettie asked. Chapter 18. It is. Her name's Vonda Pride, Kevin told Elsa May and Ettie.
And how did you come across this information? Asked Ettie.
Same. It's a small industry. Elsa May patted him on his shoulder. Thanks for letting us know. Not a problem. Once they were outside the restaurant, Ettie and Elsa May wandered up the street.
What do you think of all that?
Ettie asked. I think we could have had a little something to eat. You were a little rude to leave so suddenly. Ettie's eyebrows rose at her sister's comment.
It was far too costly. Anyway, I meant, what did you think about what he said about the chef?
Do you think that's true? He might be off working somewhere.
Could be, but we should mention it to Detective Kelly. And what about Vonda Pride being an ex-girlfriend of Richard's? That's probably how she got the job as the wedding planner. So why didn't Quentin tell us that?
I don't know. Ettie tapped a finger on her chin.
But since he didn't, we should keep that part quiet for a while. I don't want to mention that to Quentin."
"Why not?"
"I'm not sure. Just trust me."
Elsa May nodded. "I'll try. Kevin is still in love with Jessica. That's clear to see. I felt so sorry for him when you told him about that dreadful website."
"I had to tell him."
"Why?" Elsa May asked.
"To see what he'd say. He might have killed Richard to make the way clear for himself, and now he's trying to blame the chef, who's probably not missing at all."
"Then why did they find the poison at Jessica's house if the chef did it?"
Ettie shook her head. "I'm not sure about that."
"And why did they find some in the lawyer's car?"
"I don't have all the answers."
"No, Ettie, it doesn't make sense. You think Kevin killed Richard and then sat back and let the woman he's in love with take the blame? There's no point to that. Unless he was still upset with Jessica for dumping him. Then that would make perfect sense. He gets revenge on both of them."
Maybe he was trying to frame someone. Maybe he was trying to frame Thomas. He might have told Thomas to take a mouthful of the drink. Thomas was dazed, so he might have agreed to do it.
"I see what you're saying. But if he was going to kill Richard, he would have planned it. But I guess he could have planned something, and then it went wrong, and then he had to improvise. Remember how he said the waiters didn't come, and then he filled in at the last minute?
Yes.
He could have arranged for those others not to come, knowing Jessica would be desperate enough to contact him. He seems to know everyone in the industry."
We could talk to Kelly to see what he knows about that.
"Ah, good thinking, Ettie. Then we'll know if he had planned to be there or whether he was called in at the last minute like he said."
Exactly. Wait, did you say I had good thinking?
Elsa May grinned. "Yes, I did.
Thank you."
With all the thoughts you've had over your lifetime, Ettie, it was time for you to have one good one." Ettie's lips turned down at the corners. Then she happened to notice Quentin's parked car.
"It's Quentin."
Elsa May looked where Ettie was pointing. "It is indeed. He waited for us."
"Let's go."
They walked over and got in the back seat of the car. "What about your appointment?" Elsa May asked. Quentin turned around to face them. "I talked to him on the phone instead. This is more important right now. What did that guy Kevin say?"
"We found out something we didn't know before," said Ettie.
"Yes, we did. Kevin admitted to slashing Richard's tires in a jealous rage some time ago." "I didn't hear about that. Richard said nothing. Oh, wait. I do recall him having to get new tires over an incident."
"He said he did it after Jessica dropped him to be with Richard."
"That's interesting. When I heard Kevin was an ex-boyfriend, I naturally assumed their relationship was over some time ago, a long time before she met Richard. Now it seems they might have been together until she got with Richard."
"It does seem like it," Ettie said. "That's basically what he told us."
"Where to now?" he asked.
"We want to visit Detective Kelly and see if he knows exactly why the original chef and some of the waiters didn't arrive, and why the chef from the wedding is missing."
"He is?" "That's what Kevin said. We need to find out if that's true." Ettie and Elsa May had Quentin drive them to the police station. They managed to convince him to sit in the car while they talked with Detective Kelly. As soon as they walked in the door of the police station, they saw Kelly talking to the officer at the desk. He looked up at them. "Hello again."
"May we talk in your office?"
Ettie asked. "Sure." Once they were in his office, Kelly closed the door and then sat down behind his desk. He picked up his take-out coffee cup and took a mouthful. Elsa May and Ettie made themselves comfortable in the 2 chairs in front of his desk. "How can I help you ladies today?"
"We had a talk with Kevin."
"Kevin?" "The man who used to date Jessica. He was serving at the wedding." "Oh, yes, and we questioned him." "He said he once slashed Richard's tires," Elsa May blurted out. "Is that right?" Ettie nodded.
"That's what he said."
Detective Kelly grabbed a file that had been perched on the edge of his desk. "One moment." He leafed through all the pages. He admitted that he once had a relationship with Jessica. He scratched his head. Then he tilted his computer screen toward himself and tapped a couple of keys on the computer. "He was arrested for the tire incident, you're right, and then no charges were pressed."
"Is that unusual?"
"Not terribly, no, but slightly odd given the circumstances." "Thanks. Leave that with me. I'm surprised my team missed that. I'll be having words with them." Elsa May leaned forward. "That's not all. Tell him the rest, Ettie."
Ettie cleared her throat. She was always slightly nervous when Detective Kelly stared at her. "Did you know that Lorenzo, the chef, is missing? I'm not sure if that's true, but that's what Kevin told us."
"Interesting. When did he tell you this?"
"Just now, when we were talking to him."
"Odd, we just now found out Lorenzo was missing."
"Is he now the main suspect?"
Detective Kelly laced his fingers together and placed his elbows on his desk. "He's stepped up, but we still don't have a clear motive. We're working on the assumption he could have been paid off. He won't get far, I'm sure of that."
"That's good."
"Anything else I can help you with?" Elsa May shook her head. "Thank you for keeping Quentin out of my hair. You've done an excellent job of that." Kelly's phone sounded. He raised a hand, telling them to be quiet while he answered it. When he hung up from the call, he looked over at them. "They've just released Richard's body."
"That will be a relief for the family."
Kelly gave a nod. "I'll call them now and let them know." Ettie pulled herself to her feet.
"We'll tell Quentin if you'd like. He's waiting for us outside in his car."
"Then he'll be my first call. It needs to come from me officially. By the time you get to the car, he would have been told."
"Thank you."
Ettie tapped on Elsa May's shoulder, and she too stood up. Chapter 19. Once they were back in the car, Quentin said, "They've released his body."
"Yes, we just heard it from Detective Kelly."
In other news, I got Lorenzo's address. "And what will you do with that?" Elsa May asked. "I thought we could take a look around his place, see if we can find out where he went, and maybe we'll find something there to tell us if he killed my brother." Ettie shook her head.
"That's not a good idea. You could destroy evidence."
"No, I don't think they're interested in looking into him." He turned the car onto the road. "Let's go." Ettie and Elsa May locked eyes.
"We might stay in the car while you go in,"
Ettie said. "Hey, I thought we were the 3 Musketeers. All for one and one for all." Elsa May frowned. "The what?" "Forget it. I'll go in and take a look around. You can stay in the car and be on the lookout." When they pulled up outside the nondescript white building,
Quentin turned toward the two sisters and said, "I'm guessing from the number that his apartment is on the second floor."
"How will you get in?"
Ettie asked. "I'm not sure, but I will. I'll get in even if I have to break the door down."
"Don't get yourself arrested."
"I really don't care what happens to me anymore. I just want to find my brother's killer." He got out of the car and then his phone rang. He looked down at it. "I'll have to take this call. Wait here." Ettie watched him striding up and down, frowning.
"He does look like his late brother."
"Well, they were brothers."
"We don't look anything alike, and we're sisters."
"No, we don't. Not all siblings do. Are you trying to make a point about something, Ettie?"
"No, I'm just looking at him. I wonder why there isn't a Mrs. Quentin Klondike."
"Maybe he hasn't found the right lady yet."
"Possibly."
"Why? What are you thinking now, Ettie?"
"Nothing."
"I can hear your mind ticking over. Wait. Don't tell me you think Quentin and Jessica were in it together. That's it. Then they both get the company and they both get to share in the money. Oh, Ettie, what will we do? Quentin's a murderer and he's coming back any minute."
"My, you are entertaining, Elsa May."
Ettie put her hand over her mouth and giggled. "You mean you weren't thinking that?"
"Not at all."
"Well, what do you think about what I just said?"
"Your story has got more holes in it than the boots we used to wear as children."
Elsa May folded her arms over her chest.
"Jessica met Richard on a dating site looking for a rich man, right?"
Elsa May nodded. "That's what we've been told."
"No, that's what her mother told us. And if you'd been listening—"
"Okay, I get your point. Jessica and Quentin didn't have the time to create a bond, and Jessica was too busy trying to secure a marriage with Richard to worry about making eyes at his brother. To be logical, if she was looking for a rich man, her goal would be to wed and wed fast."
Exactly. And I'm guessing that would have taken a lot of her time and energy.
While Ettie was talking with Elsa May, she noticed Quentin had made 3 different phone calls.
The wedding planner canceled the original chef. That might be why she had a big argument with Richard. I'd say he found out that the chef he really wanted wasn't going to be there. We need to find out more about that argument."
"Why would she cancel the chef?" Elsa May asked.
"So the other chef would replace him, of course,"
Ettie said. Quentin came back to the car. "Are you ladies in or out?" "Oh, Ettie, are you going to let him do this by himself?"
"Yes."
"I'm surprised at you. Don't you want to take a look around and get a feel for whether Lorenzo's the killer? We don't have a proper lead yet. He's the chef and the groom was poisoned. You never know what we might find."
Ettie looked away from Elsa May's icy gaze. "All right. You can go. I'll stay here."
Elsa May opened the car door and yelled out for Quentin, who'd already walked off. He came hurrying back. "Ladies, we're trying to keep a low profile here. What's up?" Ettie leaned out the window.
"Elsa May wants to go with you."
"Okay, let's go." Elsa May opened her mouth and no words came out. Then she stammered, I.
"Do you want to go or not?"
Ettie asked. "Only if you come with me. Please?" "Will you both make up your minds? We need to be in and out quickly," Quentin snapped.
Ettie grunted. "Okay, I'll go. But if I end up in prison, I'm blaming the both of you."
Elsa May wasted no time getting out of the car, and then she helped Ettie out.
They followed Quentin into the building. Then they walked up 2 flights of stairs, a chore for Elsa May, who had to stop at the top for a while to regain her breath. Quentin found the apartment, stopped in front of the door, and pulled 2 metal implements out of his pocket. Then, to his surprise, he found the door was already open. He pushed on the door and then signaled to Ettie and Elsa May to join him. Elsa May whispered to Ettie, "It's not breaking and entering since the door was already open." Ettie whispered back,
"Great, now it's just entering and trespassing, and probably impeding an investigation and interfering with evidence."
"Cheer up, Ettie. You never know what we might find here." "Let's spread out," Quentin said. Quentin headed into the bedroom while Ettie and Elsa May were left in the combined kitchen-living area.
"He lived simply,"
Ettie said, sniffing the stale air. "Not that simply, I'd say. He lived comfortably."
"We're talking about him as though he's dead."
"Well, he's not dead, but he is gone. I wonder where he went in such a hurry." "Bingo!" Quentin yelled from the other room. He came out with a writing pad. "It's a flight number." Ettie stared out the window.
"Oh, no, it's Detective Kelly."
"Quick, out the door." Elsa May rushed to the door. Quentin threw the pad down and took a photo of the page. Once they were all out the door, they heard footsteps coming up the stairs. "What will we do?" Elsa May whispered. "They can't see us. We'll be arrested." Quentin looked around and saw an unnumbered door. He opened it and found a small room. "Quick, in here." He pushed Ettie and Elsa May inside, then got in himself and closed the door. It seemed like a caretaker's room. There were fire extinguishers, tools, and cleaning equipment. "I hope they don't find us," Elsa May whispered. Quentin put his finger to his mouth, telling her to be quiet. Ettie leaned against the wall, thinking they'd be there for quite a while. After a few minutes, Quentin opened the door slightly and looked out. Then he thrust the door open. "Let's go. Run." "But they'll see us," Elsa May said. "Not if we hurry." Elsa May clasped her hands together in front of her. "I'll just stay here until they go." "No, we must make a decision, and I've made it. Hurry." He walked out first, and then Ettie and Elsa May had no choice but to follow. They hurried past the closed door of Lorenzo's apartment and then went down the stairs. When they got to the bottom, Elsa May put her hand over her heart. "I'm having a turn." Quentin grabbed her arm and started walking. "Have it in the car. We've got to go." Elsa May kept up with them all the way out to the car, and then he opened the back door and Ettie and Elsa May slid into the car. Quentin jumped into the front seat and started the car and drove off. "How are you now, Elsa May?" "I'm okay. I'm glad to be in the car."
"Oh, I hope no one was looking out the window,"
Ettie said, looking back at the building. "Don't worry, the car was hidden by some trees. I think we're safe. Anyway, they can't prove we were in there." "Yes, but we can't lie if the detective asks us," Elsa May said. "Let's hope he doesn't ask you."
"Can you work out from the flight number where he went?"
Ettie asked. "I should be able to find out." He drove a few streets away, pulled over and parked the car, and called his assistant. A few minutes later, he had the answer. Lorenzo had flown to New Zealand.
"Everyone was told not to leave town. Detective Kelly told me he asked that of everyone,"
Ettie told Quentin. "They'll find that notepad, and then they'll track him down and hopefully find him." "Good," Elsa May said. "We need not have gone there at all." "I'm glad we did," Quentin said.
I'm just glad we weren't caught,"
Ettie added. "I told you, we're the Three Musketeers, invincible. Where to now?" Quentin asked.
"Home."
Ettie and Elsa May chorused. All the way there, no one said a thing. When Quentin pulled up at their house, he checked his phone. "I just got a message from Jessica, surprisingly. Richard's body has been released to the funeral home. Now we can have a funeral."
"That is good news."
"Yes, well, it would be better if I was arranging it, or if I had any say in it. Still, what's done is done. I'll come by tomorrow at about mid-morning to discuss our next move." "Good idea. Thank you, Quentin." "Thank you, ladies. I'm glad the police are keeping an open mind. They must be if they have gone to check out Lorenzo's place."
"It seems so. Bye for now."
"Bye, ladies." After Quentin's car turned around and then zoomed away, Elsa May walked up the 2 steps of the porch. "Oh, Ettie, I don't know why you talked me into going into that place."
"Me? You're the one."
"What if Detective Kelly saw us leaving? How embarrassing would that be for us?" Ettie huffed.
"I can't even bring myself to think about how humiliating that would be."
Elsa May unlocked the front door and opened it. Snowy came bounding toward them. Elsa May leaned down and picked him up. "We're sorry we were gone for so long. Your Aunt Ettie had us involved in criminal activity."
"Ugh, don't say that. Not even to Snowy, Elsa May."
Ettie moved in further and closed the door behind them.
"Who was the one begging me to go with you to Lorenzo's apartment?"
"Yeah, but you didn't have to do it. You could have said no." Ettie shook her head. She still didn't know how to make it stick when she said no to her older sister. Elsa May knew how to turn no into yes whenever it suited her wishes. Elsa May took Snowy out into the backyard, and when they came back in, Elsa May said, "You've got a lot to write in your diary, Ettie."
"It's not a diary. It's more of a journal of thoughts and ideas. I don't write down everything I do in a day. That's what you do with a diary."
"No, you wouldn't do that because it would be too short if you write down all you normally do in a day. It'd be a short story." Elsa May chuckled to herself.
"Is that right?"
"It is."
"Well, just for that, you can make the evening meal."
"Oh, Ettie, my feet are hurting. How about I do the washing and the wiping up instead? I just had that turn, remember? I'm not a well woman sometimes."
Ettie smiled. "Okay, you do the cleaning up. I'll agree with that."
Ettie headed to the kitchen and started peeling the potatoes. As she peeled, she wondered what else the police might have found in Lorenzo's apartment. And if he wasn't guilty, why had he left town without letting Detective Kelly know? Chapter 20. The next day, Ettie opened her door to Quentin, and his grim face made it clear to her that he wasn't happy.
"What's wrong?"
He walked past her. "Helena and Jessica have decided to have a wake the day before the funeral."
"And what's wrong with that?"
Ettie asked as she closed the door. He turned around to face her. "2 things. Firstly, what's wrong with having it at their home? It's big enough, and at least it'd be more personal. Secondly, they're having it here in this town instead of having it in New York City where he lived and where everyone knew him. There's no thought to what I want when I'm his only living relative." He paced up and down. Elsa May walked out of the kitchen. "Good morning, Quentin. Have a seat." Ettie, you should have offered him to sit. Quentin moved over and slumped onto one of their chairs.
Maybe they thought the funeral home was a more neutral place and you'd be more pleased with it?
Ettie sat on the couch opposite him. He made a face. I doubt that they gave what I want one single thought. I'm just his brother. I mean, what do I matter?
Ettie didn't know what to do.
Elsa May then sat next to Ettie.
The good thing is that we can find out more at the wake,
Ettie said. If we can go, Elsa May added. Are we allowed? Of course you can. I'm officially inviting you. He sat straighter.
What will happen to your company now?
He shook his head. I've got other business interests, but the main one was the construction company my brother and I owned. That was the one that made us. He buried his head in his hands. I can't believe it ends like this. He's gone, and now I'm about to be ruined. Elsa May dug Ettie in the ribs and made a say-something-helpful face. Ettie said the first thing that came to mind.
This won't be the end. What if you made a new beginning for yourself? Let go of the old company and start another.
Quentin's hands dropped to his sides. I can't walk away from my company. It's my baby. It was my brother's and my baby. She can't have the company. What if she was the one who killed him?
Then she'll be charged and...
A trial could take years. I can have the lawyers keep her away and tie things up until after the trial. That's what he was trying to tell me this morning. I'm afraid I hung up on him. It's all been a bit much. That's your new lawyer? Elsa May asked. Yes, he's from the same firm my old lawyer came from. He has done work for us before. Us. He shook his head. It's not us anymore. It's just me.
When is the wake taking place?
Tomorrow. He pulled a slip of paper out of his pocket and handed it to Ettie. I'll have other people to look after tomorrow. Would you possibly be able to make your own way there?
We can do that,
Ettie said, while looking at the address. It's starting at noon.
We'll be there.
He shook his head. So impersonal. Has the detective said anything else to you?
Ettie said. Not since we talked with him yesterday.
Quentin stared into the distance. I always thought he'd outlast me. He was the one who did all the correct things health-wise and in every other way. He ate right, went to the gym every morning. He shook his head. I thought we'd both go on for another 40 years at least, and he'd be attending my funeral first. We're sorry. It can't be easy to lose someone so close.
Is there anything we can do?
Ettie asked. Yes, find out who murdered him. We're trying, Elsa May said.
Who do you think did it?
Ettie stared at him. He heaved a sigh. I think Jessica must have been behind it, but she might not have done the job alone. I think she might have got someone else to do it.
But the detective is satisfied that her ex-boyfriend had nothing to do with it.
That's why I think the police are covering something up. How can they be so sure? It's not as though he wasn't there or had an alibi. He was right there. That's got to mean something. Oh, Ettie, to think Kevin was so nice to us at the wedding, and he was even going to get us some wedding cake. Wait, what happened to the wedding cake?
The police took it, remember?
Kevin just seemed so nice. Elsa May shook her head.
He might be innocent,
Ettie suggested. Elsa May dug Ettie in the ribs. That's right, Ettie. We'll have to find out why Detective Kelly thinks it wasn't him. Ettie shrugged her shoulders.
He'll just say it's under investigation.
That's right. That's what they kept saying to me. So we must make our own investigations, Quentin said. What do we know about him so far? Elsa May asked. Nothing, that's the problem. Quentin raised his arms in the air. Doesn't it seem strange to you that a bride would have an ex-boyfriend at her wedding as a waiter? I mean, come on now. Ettie nodded.
I guess it does seem a little odd. He'd be bound to be upset if he was still in love with Jessica. We should find out more about him and see if we can learn how he felt about her. Quentin, can you have someone follow him? See where he goes, who he sees, and find out if he meets up with Jessica?
I can do that. That's a great idea. I finally feel like we're really getting somewhere now. He pulled a cell phone from his pocket and stood up. I'll arrange that now, and then I'll call that lawyer back. I don't think there's anything we can do today. See you tomorrow?
Yes, we'll be there.
They stood up and showed him out. When they closed the door, Ettie rubbed her ribs.
Will you tap me on the shoulder next time instead of punching my rib cage?
Did I do that?
Twice while we were talking to Quentin.
Sorry, I didn't realize. Why do you think they're having a wake at the funeral home? Helena has such a lovely house.
Maybe she wanted privacy. Richard was a very well-known man. You saw what happened at the bed and breakfast.
Oh, Ettie, we should visit Greta and see how she's getting along.
Why don't we do that now?
Get ready.
I'm ready. What's wrong with what I'm wearing?
I suppose you will have to save your better clothes for the wake, and then there's the funeral the next day.
There's nothing wrong with these clothes.
Elsa May looked her up and down. I suppose no one will look that closely at you anyway.
Ettie bit her lip. I really want to talk with Kevin again and ask him a few tough questions.
He might be at the wake or the funeral.
Maybe. But we could find out where he lives and ask him some questions beforehand.
Elsa May shook her head. We don't want him to think we know more than we do. If we talk to him when we bump into him, it'll look more casual.
I know. You're right.
Always, without a doubt. Besides, Quentin's got someone following Kevin now.
That's true. Well, we'll put Kevin on the shelf for now.
We should wash our clothes for the wake tomorrow.
My clothes are clean.
Elsa May leaned forward and brushed some lint off Ettie's shoulders.
Stop it. What are you doing?
You say they're clean, but I say they're not.
Nonsense. I wash and dry my clothes, iron them, and put them in the closet. I'm not sure what you do with yours, but go ahead and rewash them if you want.
Elsa May shook her head. I just wanted to make a special effort in honor of the poor man who was poisoned. But I guess he's dead, so he won't notice anyway. Elsa May pulled out her knitting from the bag by her feet. I guess this will give me more time to knit. I probably won't be getting any done tomorrow. Unless I take my knitting to the wake with me. Shall I?
No, you can't do that.
Why not?
No one else takes knitting to a wake or a funeral. It's disrespectful.
It's for charity.
No, I won't allow it.
Elsa May popped her knitting glasses on and settled back into the chair. They call me bossy.
And they're right.
Ettie picked up her book and read what she'd written so far. She expected Elsa May to ask what she was reading, or ask what she might write. But Elsa May kept quiet for most of the day until she remembered they had decided to visit Greta. Chapter 21
When they got to Greta's bed and breakfast, Greta came to the door, sobbing. She let them into her home, and they followed her into her small sunroom. "Thomas is still in the hospital. He's getting a little better. He knows who I am, but he can't remember anything about the wedding."
"At least he knows who you are now,"
Ettie said as she made herself comfortable.
"I hope that means he'll keep improving."
"So do I. It's just so hard being alone here. This was our dream. We were going to build it together. We never had children, as you know, so we filled our lives with projects. This was our grand project we were working on together." "Keeping busy is the best idea," Elsa May told her. "That's what I did when my husband died." Elsa May gasped, then covered her mouth. "I don't mean—" "It's all right, Elsa May. I'm mentally preparing myself in case he slips away. If he recovers, what if he's not able to work again? What will we do?" Elsa May leaned over and patted her hand. "My mother used to say, 'Don't cross your bridges before you come to them.'" Ettie said,
"If the worst does happen, you'll work it out. You could always sell this place."
Elsa May turned and looked at Ettie. Her thin lips were even thinner than usual, telling Ettie she should keep quiet. Ettie swallowed hard.
"I just mean sometimes we worry, but I always think, what's the worst that can happen? Sometimes the worst is not really that bad."
"I'm worried about his health. I'm not ready for him to leave me just yet," Greta sniffed. Ettie opened her mouth to speak, but Elsa May got in before her. "I'm sure he'll be fine. Nothing to worry about. He'll be back in no time, and you can have a grand opening." Greta shook her head. "That's another thing to be concerned about. Who will want to come to a murder bed and breakfast? No one, that's who." She sobbed into her handkerchief while Ettie and Elsa May looked helplessly at each other.
"Invite the press to the opening. If you're nice to them, they could write up a nice story."
"No, I never want them back here. They've done nothing but harass me. Anyway, they weren't local reporters." "Is there anything Ettie and I can do to help out?" Greta shook her head. "Nay, denke anyway. I'm sorry you had to see me like this. I've been putting on a smile for everyone, while inside I'm not coping well at all."
"Would you like Elsa May and me to stay with you for a couple of days, or until Thomas gets out of the hospital?"
Greta sighed. "Thank you, but I'll be okay. I have Maggie coming here later. She's bringing a meal for us to share. She'll be good company." Ettie nodded. Yes, Maggie would almost certainly have some fresh gossip to tell her, and that would take her mind off everything for a while. Greta looked over at them, lowering her handkerchief. "Have they found out who killed Richard?"
"They have made 2 arrests."
"Yeah, but Ettie doesn't believe they've arrested the right people."
"I'm just not sure yet. They arrested Richard's lawyer, who is now Jessica's lawyer, and they arrested Jessica."
Greta gasped. "I can't believe it. Why wouldn't they let me know?"
"Well, I don't think even the detective is convinced he's got the right people."
"You must keep trying to find out. I know you've done this kind of thing before, Ettie. It'll really help me, and it'll help Thomas. If the killer is found, people will rest easy knowing that a murderer is not on the loose. I mean, who would stay here otherwise? No one." Ettie nodded.
"We'll do all we can."
"How's it going so far?" "Ettie's making good progress. Splendid progress. Now, how about I make you a cup of hot tea?" Elsa May asked. Greta nodded. "That would be nice."
When Elsa May left the room, Ettie had some questions.
What do you know about any of the staff that were here that day?
Nothing really. All I know is that a few of them left, and that's why I needed you and Elsa May to help. And I'm glad you did. But I suppose it doesn't make much difference now. The guests didn't even finish their meals. It was all ruined. If only I had never agreed to have the wedding here.
What made you decide to do it?
The wedding planner begged me.
The wedding planner? I thought the bride begged you. No, wait. I thought you said Richard kept offering you more money until you agreed.
It was the wedding planner on behalf of the bride and the groom. The bride fell in love with the place, and Richard told the wedding planner to keep offering money until we accepted. When we found out we'd run out of money to renovate the last of the rooms, Thomas said we should accept their offer.
Ettie said, I suppose the groom was willing to do anything to make his bride happy.
I guess so. And look how it all ended. Greta hung her head. Ettie nodded.
It was over before it even began.
I hope this isn't the end for us and this lovely old building. Thomas and I have fallen in love with it, if it's possible to fall in love with the building.
Maybe it is. It is a very nice old building. Will you be going to Richard's funeral?
Greta's eyebrows rose.
Oh, no. Would anyone expect me to go? No, I'm sure no one would expect you to do anything, especially with Thomas still in the hospital.
Elsa May came back into the room with a tray of tea items. That was quick. The kettle was already boiled. Yes, I had boiled it just before you arrived. I was about to make myself a cup of something.
Elsa May, do you think anyone will expect me to go to the funeral?
No. Do you want to go? I don't. Then don't go. I'm sure there will be enough people there. Elsa May set the teapot and the cups down on the table in front of the couch.
Are you two going to Richard Condyke's funeral?
Greta asked.
Yes, we plan to go.
Good. I was hoping you'd both go. Elsa May leaned over and poured the tea. They're having a wake the day before the funeral.
A wake?
It's like a viewing. I wonder if Richard's body will be there.
Of course it will, Elsa May. That's why it's being held at the funeral home.
That's unusual, isn't it? Greta asked. Or is that normal?
We've been to Englisher wakes before, but it's always been after the wedding, never before.
Oh, Ettie, you mean after the funeral. Ettie covered her mouth with her hand.
Of course. I tend to get the two mixed up sometimes. Sadly for poor Richard, his funeral will be way too close to his wedding.
Ettie cleared her throat.
Isn't that right, Elsa May? The wakes have always been immediately following the funeral.
That's correct. Elsa May passed Greta a cup of tea and then passed one to Ettie.
They always have some kind of refreshments there, and memories are shared about the loved one who died,
Ettie said. Elsa May sat down after she poured a cup for herself. That's why Ettie and I need to be there. We need to find out all the information we can about Richard and who might have wanted him dead. Greta sipped her tea. What have you found out so far?
Not much,
Ettie told her before Elsa May could speak. Do try, please. It will make a difference for Thomas and myself.
We are trying,
Ettie said. Yeah, we are. Elsa May sipped her tea.
Greta, is there anything else you can tell us about the workers who came here for the wedding?
Eddie's talking about the kitchen staff, the chef and the waiters.
It's all a blur now. The original chef was someone coming from overseas, Amsterdam, I think. Then he couldn't come, and they had to scramble and find another chef fast. And then half the waiters couldn't make it on the day.
Who is they? Elsa May asked.
The wedding planner. Do you remember why half of them couldn't come on the day?
She shook her head.
No, I think Thomas would know more than me, but he can barely remember anything now. I mean, before he hit his head, he would have known.
It was a bad time for him to hit his head. Elsa May shook her head.
I'm sure he didn't do it deliberately, Greta told her.
No, I'm sure he didn't.
Did you know the chef before the wedding?
Ettie asked.
No, the wedding planner did. She was the one who found him as a replacement for the other one.
Elsa May looked over at Ettie. That's what we thought.
Do you suspect the chef?
Ettie shook her head, not wanting to worry Greta with what they knew or suspected.
I'm not sure who we suspect. There are many people we think could have done it, but we're not sure of the motive.
Elsa May took over. Okay, we'll tell you what we know so far, but you might not like it.
Greta fastened her eyes on Elsa May. I need to hear it. Don't keep me in the dark.
It seems Jessica deliberately set out to marry a rich man. We found that out. So it seems logical that she might have killed him for the money. Then, if she didn't do it herself, she might have paid off the chef or one of the workers. Then we have the wedding planner who was a jealous ex-girlfriend of Richard's.
Greta gasped. I didn't know that.
It's true. And as it turns out, Jessica's ex-boyfriend was one of the waiters.
Oh, my.
Then there's the lawyer who was Richard's lawyer. And then he followed the money, and he's now Jessica's lawyer. He was arrested at one stage until he got the charges squished.
The term is quashed.
Ettie was annoyed with Elsa May for blabbing so much.
Greta was already stressed about her husband's health. Greta didn't need to hear all that Elsa May was telling her.
You say squashed. I prefer to say squished.
Greta put her hands on her cheeks. It is all tangled, ex-boyfriends and girlfriends and disloyal lawyers.
I know, Elsa May nodded. It's all a bit unbelievable. No wonder Detective Kelly is having a hard time finding out who did it. They found poison at Jessica's place and in the lawyer's car, but Jessica's mother says it was planted there.
Who did you think did it, Ettie? Greta asked.
Ettie shook her head.
I'm not sure.
Sometimes it comes to Ettie in a blinding flash. She'll figure it out. She always does.
I think we might learn a lot at the funeral, Ettie said.
And when is the funeral?
There's the wake tomorrow, and the day after that is the funeral.
When they heard a horse and buggy, Greta got up and looked out the window.
It's Maggie. I didn't know she was coming so early.
Ettie quickly drank her tea.
We'll leave you be. We just wanted to see how you were.
Thanks for stopping by. Greta walked both of them to the door. Maggie was climbing out of the buggy and looked over at them. Ah, you two are here again.
We're just leaving.
I'd suggest you stay, but I only made my meal for 2 people.
That's fine. It's about time we got home anyway.
Ettie and Elsa May said goodbye to both ladies and walked into town to get some supplies. From there, they'd get a taxi home. Chapter 22.
When the sisters arrived at the funeral home the next day, they were shown into a large room where the wake was being held. There were 2 tables of food at one end and a highly polished wooden casket with gold handles at the other end. Out of the crowd, Quentin approached them. "Thanks for coming. How impersonal is this? I'm still fuming that he's being buried here rather than in New York. It's ludicrous." While Elsa May talked to him, Ettie was seeing who was there.
Quentin, who's that woman who looks like she's about to cry?
Quentin followed Ettie's gaze. "She looks familiar." "Yes, it is her." "Who?" Elsa May and Ettie chorused. "She's the wedding planner."
That's Vonda Pride? She's taking it awfully badly,
Ettie said. "Maybe she didn't get paid either," Elsa May commented. Quentin shook his head. "No, it's not that. I was shocked when I found out she was the wedding planner."
Why?
He licked his lips. "I've kept something from you. Richard had a brief relationship with her before Jessica. I'm sorry I didn't tell you the other day when Vonda's name came up."
That's right. You said you remembered her name and you looked up her number.
"I was wrong not to tell you the complete truth. But I didn't think she killed him, so I didn't think it was relevant. Richard and Vonda were together only briefly." Ettie was shocked he'd kept that information from them, but then again, they had also been keeping it from him that Kevin had told them about Vonda's relationship with Richard.
Does Jessica know about that?
He shrugged his shoulders. "I know that Richard wouldn't have said anything, and when I questioned him about his judgment, he said that Jessica chose her at random. I believe Vonda is very good at what she does. Vonda went ahead with it, and Richard had agreed to pay her a handsome sum. Through guilt, no doubt. He dumped her as soon as Jessica came along."
Interesting.
Ettie tapped her chin. "Vonda. So that's her." "Yes, Vonda Pride. Excuse me, ladies. I'll have to speak to some other people."
We didn't mean to hold you up.
"I'll speak to you both soon. I'll come and see you sometime tomorrow if I don't get back to you again today. Mingle and see what you can find out."
You know where to find us.
When he left them, Elsa May looked over at Ettie. "Poor Vonda. Vonda Pride has lost her pride. It sounds like she was very much in love with him. Not only has she lost him, but she's not going to get paid for all the work she did for the wedding, I dare say."
You know what that means, don't you, Elsa May?
"What's that?"
It means there's another suspect. Kevin told us the truth about her.
Elsa May gasped. "Oh, Ettie, that's right. If she couldn't have him, no one else could."
Exactly.
"Do you think Detective Kelly knows?"
I'm not sure. The question is, does Jessica even know Vonda's connection with Richard?
I do remember someone saying the wedding planner quit on the day of the wedding because of an argument with, was it the bride or the groom?
We heard that the wedding planner canceled the original chef for some reason, and she hired the new chef. And I'm sure someone said the wedding planner had an argument with the groom.
Elsa May threw her hands up in the air. "Oh, the scorned ex-girlfriend hired a new chef and the groom was poisoned. How convenient. We'll have a lot of people to talk to over the next couple of days."
You already know that.
I just got the connection with the poison. It's just clicked together in my head like 2 matching pieces of a jigsaw puzzle. This makes a huge difference.
Ettie nibbled on a fingernail. I know.
Ettie, there's Jessica, and she's with—"
"That's not good,"
Ettie said when she saw Jessica with Kevin. "We should find out from Kevin if Jessica knew about Vonda's relationship with Richard."
"No, I remember Kevin saying that he was keeping that information from her."
Ettie shook her head.
"I don't think we should let on to anyone that we know so much. A man is dead. We don't want to be next."
"Oh, you're right, Ettie. I didn't think of that." Ettie fully faced her sister.
"Did you just say I was right?"
Elsa May's eyebrows drew together. "It's just an expression. Don't take it personally and get carried away. Now come, let us look at the food." Elsa May walked off ahead of Ettie. After a while, Ettie saw Jessica alone and quickly approached her.
"Hello, Jessica. You don't know me, but I'm helping Quentin find the killer."
"Oh, you're the investigator my mother was talking about."
"That's right."
"I wish I could tell you something. All I can tell you is that I didn't do it. I don't think he was killed deliberately. I think it was accidental. I don't know anyone who would want to kill him. He was liked by everyone." Ettie didn't believe that was true.
"He was a successful man. Wouldn't he have stepped on some toes to get where he was?"
"No. And I really don't want to talk about that now. I want this time to be filled with happy memories."
"I understand. Please accept my condolences."
"Thank you. I'll help all I can if you want to talk to me a couple of days after the funeral. I'll answer all your questions. The funeral is on tomorrow."
"Thank you. I'd like that. Just one more question, if I might."
"What's that?" Jessica asked.
"Do you know anyone who might have wanted your husband out of the way?"
She shook her head. "No one." Kevin walked over. "Hello, Ettie. I see you've met Jessica." Jessica looked at Kevin.
"You two know each other?"
"We were both waiters at the wedding." She looked at Ettie.
"You're a waiter, too?" "We were just helping Greta. She's a friend of ours. She desperately needed waiters, and my sister and I appeared at the right time, so we filled in."
"Oh, that was good of you. Thank you." Ettie smiled at Jessica.
"Well, I'll talk to you in a few days."
"Please do. If you can find the killer, they'll have to drop my charges." Ettie nodded and then walked away to find Elsa May. She didn't have to look too hard. Elsa May was at the food table, sampling everything. Elsa May looked up when she approached. "What did you find out? I saw you talking to Jessica."
"She seems very sweet. She doesn't seem like a killer at all."
Elsa May's lips turned down at the corners. "Not all killers come in the same kind of package." Ettie saw Jessica was now talking with Kevin and a couple of other people.
"I know. I did think she was guilty. I mean, she had the motive, but now I don't know."
"Oh, Ettie, have some of those little crackers with the grated cheese on them. I don't know what they've mixed with the cheese, but it's wunderbar." Ettie focused on the food.
"I'm just not hungry right now."
"Okay, more for me." Elsa May popped another one in her mouth.
"We're not here for eating,"
Ettie whispered.
"We're here to talk to people to see what we can learn."
Elsa May finished her mouthful. "Okay, who should we talk to?"
"The lawyer, Luther."
"Oh, I'm not going to talk to him. He looks far too scary."
"Well, come with me while I talk to him."
"Okay, I'll stand behind you." Ettie made her way over to Luther.
When he finished his conversation with another man and was about to walk away, Ettie stepped in front of him.
"Hello, you don't know me, but I'm Ettie Smith, and this is my sister, Elsa May Lutz."
He smiled and nodded. "Hello. Were you at Richard and Jessica's wedding?" "That's right," Elsa May said as she stepped up beside Ettie. "We were helping out Greta, who owns the bed and breakfast." "I thought so."
"We're very sorry for your loss,"
Ettie said. He nodded. "Thank you. It was a shock for everyone." "And we heard you were arrested," Elsa May said. His face went beet red. "And the charges were quickly dropped." Elsa May didn't seem to read the clues that he didn't want to talk about it further. "Why is that?" He frowned. "I'd rather not discuss it." "What is it to you?" Elsa May continued. "My sister is trying to find the killer. We're doing it for our friend at the bed and breakfast. She's very upset. Her husband was poisoned, too, but it looks like he'll live." "I find this whole conversation rather disrespectful given where we are. Excuse me." He walked away from them. "Well, how rude," Elsa May said. "Don't you think so, Ettie?"
"You were battering him over the head with questions. You weren't very subtle. I thought you were going to stand behind me while I talked."
"You weren't saying anything, Ettie. I felt silly just standing there, so I had to step up and do your job for you." Ettie placed her hands on her hips.
"And how do you think it went?"
"What do you mean?" Elsa May asked.
"You did my job for me, so do you think you did a good job?"
Elsa May shook her head. "How could I? The man didn't want to talk. I'm thirsty. I need a soda, and maybe more of those grated cheese nibbles before they all go. Are you coming?"
"Okay."
Ettie walked to get a soda with Elsa May. The day wasn't all wasted. Jessica had agreed to talk with them a day or two after the funeral was over. That was something. Chapter 23. The day of the funeral had arrived. Quentin was busy with relatives, so Ettie and Elsa May made their own way to the church for the service. As Ettie and Elsa May rode in the taxi, Ettie was very aware that the sky was a gloomy gray shade. Dark clouds were moving quickly across the sky, giving every appearance of a storm brewing. Their taxi pulled up right outside the church's double doors, where a crowd had gathered. Ettie and Elsa May got out and stared up at the quaint old church with its steeple and stained glass windows.
"It's pretty,"
Ettie commented. "That it is." Ettie looked around, searching for a familiar face, but there was none to be found. Elsa May bumped Ettie with her elbow. "Shall we go in?"
"That's why we're here."
The two of them slipped through the doors without talking with anyone and sat down on the left side of the church.
"I wonder if we should be sitting on the other side,"
Ettie whispered. "Why would it make a difference?"
"I'm not sure, but there aren't many on this side. What if there is a side for different sides of the family, or friends on one side and family on the other? We don't fall into either category. We didn't even get to meet Richard."
"No, you just admired his broad shoulders from afar." Ettie ignored her sister's comment and again looked around for someone she knew.
"I thought Kelly might come."
"He wasn't at the wake."
"I know, but he does usually attend the funerals of victims."
"There's plenty of time yet." Elsa May suddenly grabbed hold of Ettie's arm. "Here they are now." Ettie glanced behind her to see Jessica and her mother walking down the aisle, making their way to the front. The two of them wore black flowing dresses. Jessica's was way too short, especially for the setting and occasion. Both women wore large hats. When they sat down, Ettie whispered to Elsa May,
"I wonder if Jessica's father will appear today."
"He didn't come to the wedding, so I'm guessing he won't."
"Neither did Jessica's mother, but she's front and center here at the funeral."
Ettie wriggled in her seat.
"These pews aren't very comfortable."
"They're just wooden seats, not unlike the ones we sit on for our meetings."
"I need some padding."
"Then you should eat more. Look, Ettie, it's Kevin." Ettie's jaw dropped. They couldn't believe their eyes when Kevin walked straight up to Jessica and her mother. He kissed them both on their cheeks. Then they talked to him for a moment. The next thing they knew, he sat down next to Jessica. "Would you look at that, Ettie?"
"I'm looking."
"Can you believe it?" Elsa May asked.
"No."
Ettie shook her head. "It seems most inappropriate for him to sit there."
"And where is Jessica's father?"
Ettie stared at the casket.
"It's all very grand. No expense was spared. The casket is fancy, and look at the flowers everywhere."
"Why are you surprised? Richard was a very wealthy man."
"I'm surprised because didn't Quentin say he was going to get his lawyer to try to close the purse strings until the trial was over?"
"Somehow I think that Jessica has the better lawyer. I wonder who paid for all this. All the flowers are white, did you notice? Why do you think that is?" "Was that his favorite color?" Elsa May asked.
"I don't think white is a color, so no."
Then the piped organ music started up.
"That's such a peaceful sound. A heavenly sound, really."
Ettie saw the people heading down the aisle and taking their places. "It's going to start soon." Elsa May looked around. "And where is Quentin?" Ettie swiveled in her seat.
"I don't see him anywhere."
Elsa May leaned closer and whispered, "I hope he's not out avenging his brother's murder thanks to you."
"Me? Why do you say thanks to me?"
"Because you gave him too much information about all the people that might have killed his brother. Why did you do that?"
"There's really only the people who we can already see here. And then there's the chef who disappeared." "Now you're saying something? You had plenty of time to say something before. Quentin's helping us, and if he's not finding out anything, he'll just go to Kelly and annoy him."
"That's true, but still." At that moment, Quentin walked past them and sat in the front row, as far away from Kevin, Jessica, and her mother as he could. "Tisk, tisk. A family at war," Elsa May said.
"Well, they're not really family."
"They are. They became family as soon as Jessica married Richard. She married into his family. And since he doesn't have a family now, Jessica must be the only relative he has. I hope they find some common ground in the future."
"Somehow I don't think that will happen. Not when she's taking over half of the company."
"Surely there's enough to share since the company's worth millions. Why fight when so much money is involved?"
"I think that's when people do fight. And Jessica took Richard and Quentin's lawyer. He's now her lawyer. So she's not doing anything to extend the olive branch any more than Quentin is."
The minister stood up and walked to the pulpit, and a hush of silence wafted over the place.
"They'll always be enemies. They might be arguing about the company for years to come. What a waste of life that would be,"
Ettie whispered. "Hush. We're not to be speaking now."
"Be quiet then,"
Ettie whispered back. "You be quiet.
You're the one doing all the talking."
"Right now, you are," Ettie snapped back.
"Shh!"
"No, you shh."
A lady 2 seats in front of them turned around and frowned at them. When she turned back around, Ettie whispered,
"That was for you."
Elsa May dug Ettie in the ribs. "It was for you." Ettie settled back to listen to the minister. At other Englisher funerals she'd attended, the minister would talk about the deceased person they had known as a member of their congregation. But this minister didn't even know Richard. Now Ettie could understand Quentin's frustration. Perhaps Richard should have had the funeral at wherever he called home. This was Jessica's church, it seemed. Ettie was right. The minister spoke about what he knew of Jessica and what a troubling time it was for her to lose her husband so tragically. After he said a few words, he introduced Cliff Young, a childhood friend of Richard's. Cliff told some funny stories about how they used to play baseball together. It was a light moment. When Jessica turned her head just slightly, Ettie was sure she saw her smile. When Cliff finished, someone else got up to read a passage of scripture. Once the service was over, the pallbearers picked up the casket and hoisted it onto their shoulders and started down the aisle of the church. Ettie and Elsa May sat and watched. "Are we going to watch him be buried?"
"I think we should,"
Ettie answered. "I agree. We're here now, and we got all dressed up, so we might as well make the most of it." Ettie couldn't take her eyes from the men carrying the casket.
"It takes 8 of them. Look at how their faces are straining. The casket is very heavy."
"Yes, they seem to be struggling with the weight." Quentin walked over to them. "Do you ladies want a ride to the graveyard?"
"Yes, we were just wondering how we'd get there. We thought you were busy with other people today."
"I was, but they've all come in their own cars."
"Then we'd appreciate it."
"Good. It might help me take my mind off everything that's upsetting me." On the way in the car, he asked, "Did you see Kevin sitting right up front with them?"
"We did. He came in late. He didn't come with them. I don't think it was arranged for him to sit there."
I didn't appreciate it. The front row is supposed to be for family only. It brought a huge insult to my brother. "I'm sure it wasn't planned," Elsa May repeated. "Do either of you know what it's like to be all alone in the world?" He didn't wait for one or the other of them to answer before continuing. "It was bad when my parents died, but I had my brother, you know. He was my family. Now I have no one." "It must be awful," Elsa May said. "We do sympathize." "I'll get through it. Everything takes time. I keep telling myself it'll get easier. But I still can't help feeling upset with the person who did this. I have hateful thoughts. I know that's wrong."
"You can't help how you feel," Ettie said.
Elsa May elbowed her in the ribs. Ettie rubbed her side and moved away from her, closer to the door. "And don't talk to me about faith and turning the other cheek and all that. Where's the justice in the world? There is none." "There's always a grand plan," Elsa May said. "No plan is right in my eyes if it involves my brother being taken too soon." He glanced at them in the rearview mirror. "Has the funeral shaken any more suspects out of the tree?" "No, it hasn't. The same suspects are still sitting in the branches," Elsa May told him. The graveyard wasn't far from the church. They stayed in the car until the hearse arrived with the casket. When the men carrying the casket were nearly at the freshly dug grave, Quentin said,
This is all too rushed. We should have had a family crypt. This is ridiculous, just to put him in the ground like he's some commoner." Ettie and Elsa May looked at each other, not knowing what to say. "Maybe you can have him moved later when things are a little calmer," Elsa May suggested. "I don't think that will ever happen. Jessica probably won't allow it. But I guess it won't do any good complaining about it today." "Quite right," Elsa May said. "Shall we go?" "Yes." They all got out of the car and started walking toward the grave. Ettie scanned the crowd for Vonda and saw her standing behind Jessica. There was a dark and menacing look on Vonda's face, and Ettie was sure Vonda wanted to push Jessica into the freshly dug grave. Vonda wasn't crying now. She just looked angry. When the casket was set over the grave, the minister walked forward. He said some final words, and then he said a prayer. Jessica shed a tear, and her mother noticed and put her arm around her. Then her mother whispered something to her, and they both walked away. They were quickly followed by the double-crossing lawyer, who'd been standing beside them the whole time. They were soon joined by Kevin, who'd been lurking somewhere within the crowd. Quentin stared at the people walking away. "4 traitors," he said.
"What do you mean?"
Ettie asked. "Look at them. My old lawyer, the gold digger, the gold digger's mother, and the gold digger's ex-boyfriend. Or was he ever the ex-boyfriend? This was Jessica's plot from the start. It had to have been her. Who else?" Ettie didn't say anything, but what he said made perfect sense. Kevin was sticking to Jessica like glue. Chapter 24. For 2 days, Ettie had been trying to call Jessica to arrange to talk with her, but her cellular phone was continually switched off. She decided she'd leave it until Monday and go to the house and speak with her there. On Saturday, Ettie and Elsa May went to visit Greta again, hoping and praying there would be some good news about Thomas. When they arrived, Greta showed them into her small sitting room. Elsa May made herself comfortable on the couch, and Ettie sat next to her. "How are you doing, Greta?" Elsa May asked. "Still the same. We'll have to open this place with those last rooms unavailable. We need the money coming in." "That'll be fine, won't it?" Greta shook her head with a shrug. "In my mind, I had the idea that we'd have a big grand opening and invite the newspaper reporters. Now we're in the newspaper for a totally different reason." Ettie swallowed hard. If only they could do something to help Greta. She looked so devastated. Greta couldn't do all this alone.
"How is Thomas?"
"He's coming home tomorrow, and he'll no longer have a police guard. I don't know if that's good or bad. Does it mean they're not suspicious of him anymore, or does it mean that they don't think he's in danger?" Elsa May raised her eyebrows. "Did you ask them?" "I can never get a straight answer out of Detective Kelly. Would you ask him for me, Ettie?" Ettie gulped.
"Okay, I'll do that. It would be good to know the reasoning."
"Will we see you and Thomas at the meeting tomorrow?" Elsa May asked. "It depends how he is. He has been looking a lot brighter. All his tests are coming back at normal levels, they tell me. I might go to the meeting if it seems he'll be okay resting here on his own. But if I do, I'll come straight home."
"And his memory?"
Ettie was hopeful he might have gotten it back. "He remembers everything now, except for the day of the wedding." "At least he remembers who you are. That's the main thing." Elsa May gave a bright smile. "I would have been very upset if he couldn't remember me after all the years we've been married."
When do you plan to be accepting guests? Asked Ettie. I'll have to talk about it with Thomas. It will all depend on how well he is. I can't run the place on my own. It'll take the two of us to clean the rooms, do the cooking, and do the bookwork. The cat jumped up on Ettie, giving her a fright. Oh, get down, Pickles, Greta said. No, it's quite all right. He just startled me, that's all. Ettie patted the cat. I'm trying to tell Elsa May that we need a cat. Oh, yes, a cat makes a house feel like a home. I've always said that.
But we have a dog, Elsa May said. The dog makes the house feel like a home. Adding a cat to that might upset the mix.
Ettie said, I know you have Snowy, but Snowy is a dog and not a cat.
Elsa May frowned. We don't need a cat, Ettie. We have enough work with the dog.
Cats do look after themselves, and they don't need to be walked, Greta said.
Elsa May shook her head. Ettie doesn't need any encouragement, Greta. I've said no about a cat, and that's that. Greta smiled. I'll not say another word, but I did see how Snowy and Pickles got along. I'm sure he'd love a cat to keep him company. That doesn't mean I should get a cat. If Snowy got along with a grizzly bear, I wouldn't get one of those.
All right, I won't say any more about it.
Greta put her finger up to her lips. Elsa May turned to her sister. Good. What about you, Ettie? Any chance you'll stop nagging about it?
I can't say I won't talk about it again. I can say whatever I want. If I want to talk about a cat, I will.
Elsa May shook her head. See what a cross I have to bear, Greta.
Are you talking about Ettie?
Yes, she's the only other person in the room.
I think you're blessed to have your sister with you. You always have a friend right there with you. No, someone better than a friend. You have your sister.
Ettie put her hand over her mouth and giggled, while Elsa May inhaled deeply. Greta changed the subject. I do hope someone will solve the mystery of who killed Richard Klondike. It's been a very stressful time, especially with Thomas being ill. He hasn't been by my side, and I've been all alone. Ettie is doing all she can to find out who killed him. We hope it won't be too much longer.
I know you're doing what you can, and I don't mean to sound ungrateful. It's just that this whole thing was so unexpected. Thomas and I were living out our dream, and our dream turned into a nightmare. Now I think, what was it all for? Were we wrong to fix this place up? Were we on the wrong path here, doing the wrong thing? Ettie said, I think random things just happen. The rain falls on the just and the unjust, too.
I suppose so. I just wanted us to have an easy life in our old age. I know this place will be hard work, and we were prepared to do it. Now I'm rethinking everything. I have to.
Do you want us to stay here tonight and keep you company until Thomas comes home?
Oh, no. Pickles and I will be fine. Thank you for the offer. You two have been so good through all of this. And thank you for working at the wedding. I don't think I've ever thanked you for stepping in to do that. I do appreciate it.
You're welcome, Ettie said. It gave us something different to do.
Elsa May added, and Ettie loves doing different things. Ettie frowned at Elsa May, wondering what she really meant by that comment.
I'm going to talk with Jessica on Monday. I'll see what she has to say.
Thank you, Ettie. I do appreciate all your hard work, and you too, Elsa May. Now I insist on driving you both home.
No, it's too much trouble to hitch the buggy and all that. We'll just get a taxi. It's not far.
Are you sure?
Quite sure. I'll just need to use your phone.
While Ettie and Greta headed to the phone, the cat sat looking at Elsa May. "Here, kitty, kitty," Elsa May said as she snapped her fingers like she did to get Snowy's attention. The cat just sat there, looking at her with an expression Elsa May thought was dismissive. "Silly cat. That's why dogs are much better. They come when they're called." The cat jumped up on the chair where Ettie had been and then lay down and closed his eyes. To Elsa May, that confirmed her belief that getting a cat was a bad idea. Chapter 25. On Sunday, Ettie knew she had to put the investigation out of her mind and concentrate on the bishop's message. It was hard, though, when she was sitting one row behind Greta and wondering how Thomas was. "Today I want to talk about two brothers," the bishop said. Ettie whispered to Elsa May.
"Two brothers. Quentin and Richard were two brothers."
"Ettie, you said you weren't going to think about them. Put them out of your mind."
"Okay, you're right. I'll do my best."
The bishop continued. "Two brothers who couldn't be more different." Ettie couldn't put the murder out of her mind. It wasn't solved yet. She took a deep breath and tried to push all the suspects from her mind, at least until the bishop's talk was over. She knew at once that the bishop was going to talk about Isaac's sons, Jacob and Esau. The bishop went on to explain the personalities of the two and how Esau famously gave up his birthright to Jacob for a bowl of food. When Isaac was dying, he wanted to bless Esau, the eldest, with the birthright. For Isaac's last meal, he asked Esau to hunt for food and then cook it and bring it to him. Esau left to do as he was told. When Esau was out hunting, Jacob's mother dressed Jacob to look like Esau, knowing that with Isaac's failing eyesight he wouldn't know the difference. She covered Jacob's arms with goat skins so they'd be hairy like his brothers, and sent him to Isaac with Isaac's favorite food. Something clicked in Ettie's brain, and she immediately jumped to her feet. The bishop looked at her and frowned, but ignored her and kept talking about Jacob and Esau. Ettie then hurried out of the house. She had to get to Thomas fast. He was the only witness. He knew who the killer was, or would know as soon as he regained his memory. Once she was outside, she saw one horse that was still hitched to its buggy. She ran toward it. When she climbed into the driver's seat, a breathless Elsa May called out, "Ettie, wait!"
"I've no time,"
Ettie called back. "Wait!"
"Hurry then."
Elsa May climbed up beside her. "What are you doing?" Ettie moved the horse forward, hoping she wouldn't be too late. "I can't believe you did that just now, Ettie. You interrupted Bishop John in the middle of the sermon, and you've stolen a horse and buggy."
"It just hit me."
"Stomach problems again? Because you could have used the bathroom at the bishop's house, unless—"
"It's nothing like that, Elsa May. The realization hit me."
"What are you talking about, and where are we going?"
"To make sure Thomas is all right."
"He's home from the hospital. If he wasn't going to be okay, they wouldn't have let him out. Are you sure you're okay? You're not losing your mind like Aunt Gracie, are you? It hit her at the same age you are now."
"No, but it's hard to drive and talk at the same time with all these Sunday bike riders everywhere. It's Quentin, Elsa May. Don't you see that?"
"What's Quentin?"
"It was Quentin. He meant to kill Jessica, not his brother."
"He did?"
"Yes, it was a mistake, just like Isaac made a mistake."
"You think Quentin is the killer?"
"Exactly."
"No, I don't believe it. How do you figure that?"
"It makes sense for him to want Jessica out of the picture. He loved his brother and didn't want him to be fooled by a woman he calls a gold digger."
But they found drugs at Jessica's house.
Quentin planted the poison that day he went to Helena's house. Remember? He said he wanted to use the bathroom and then told us that was his excuse to sneak off and talk with Jessica. But he never talked to Jessica. Then, I believe, when he found out his lawyer had double-crossed him, he made an excuse to leave us. Remember?
Vaguely.
Then he planted the poison in the lawyer's car. The time frame fits. Once he found out he'd accidentally killed his brother, he had to quickly cover his tracks. He figured it would be easy for everyone to believe Jessica killed him. It was perfect.
If you say so.
I do.
Why would he kill his own brother, Ettie? You saw how upset he was.
You're not listening. He meant to kill Jessica because he must have found out Jessica was in it for the money. Thomas knew something. That's why he was drinking out of one of those glasses.
Oh, if you're right, Ettie, he must have been devastated to see his evil scheming had killed his own brother.
Maybe he told Thomas which glass to put where, and Thomas got confused and, well, obviously I won't know the full story until I talk to Thomas.
Thomas has lost his memory.
Exactly. And Quentin will be out to kill him before he regains his memory and blabs to the authorities. And he will know something when he gets his memory back. We've got to get to Thomas before Quentin finds out he's out of the hospital with no police protection around him.
I hope it's not too late.
Me too.
Can't we stop somewhere and call Detective Kelly?
No, I don't have time to explain it.
All I can say is that if you're not right, you've just made a big fool of yourself. Elsa May shook her head. What will people think, Ettie, interrupting the bishop and his lovely sermon about deception between brothers, and next running off with someone's horse and buggy?
I can't worry about that. So much for the three muskrats. Quentin was playing us for fools the whole way along.
You mean the Three Musketeers, Ettie? You see, it's a story. I asked Quentin to explain.
I don't care. Hush for a moment, please.
Minutes later, they arrived at the bed and breakfast.
Here we are. Ettie pulled up the horse and jumped out. You look after the horse. I'll see if Thomas is okay.
Chapter 26. Ettie rushed into the house, pleased there were no cars about.
Thomas?
I'm in here, a voice called out. Ettie stepped into the living quarters and didn't see him anywhere.
It's Ettie. How are you?
Fine. You can come in, just go through the door. Ettie pushed open the door of his bedroom to see him sitting up in bed, reading the paper. Is Greta with you? He asked.
No, I was worried that someone might be trying to kill you because you may know who killed Richard. Tell me everything you know about the day of the wedding.
I remember more, Ettie. I think it's being back here that brought it all flooding back.
Tell me,
Ettie urged. I'd been serving at the bride and groom's table. Quentin pulled me aside. Hey, if you can do me a large favor, I'll give you a huge tip. How does 500 sound? Quentin had asked him. Thomas had scratched his chin. $500? Yes, I've got this vintage champagne. It's worth thousands. Richard's company is valued in the millions, heading to $1 billion. He wants to impress his guests. Most of them have their money invested with him, so it's important they see him living the dream. What dream is that? The one where money is unlimited, and they also don't want to invest with a weak man, a man who shows any kind of weakness. They would respect a man who only drinks the most expensive champagne. Okay, makes sense. Richard has a problem with alcohol. He's a recovering addict. That's why you're giving him this drink. He placed a glass into his hand. It's tea mixed with soda water, which gives it the bubbles. Looks like the real deal, but it'll save him from making a fool of himself. Quentin opened the champagne and it bubbled over onto the floor. Thomas frowned as he looked down at the froth on the newly polished boards. Then Quentin took a full and already poured glass from the other side of the room. You will give Jessica this glass. Then I want you to put this bottle into this silver ice bucket and place it on the table, so everyone will know Richard can afford vintage Chambrula 41. Quentin fixed a piercing gaze on Thomas. Got it? Thomas nodded. I give them the drinks, then come back and put the bottle into the ice bucket and set them on the table. Correct. It's vital that you don't give him the alcohol, okay? Since he's an addict. So which one will you give my brother? His black eyes bore into Thomas's. This one. Good. And which one will you give the bride? This one. Excellent. You give the bride the lighter one, and you give the darker one to the groom. Remember that. Darkness. Alcoholism is a dark problem. Thomas nodded. Got it. And the bride will go nuts if she doesn't get her usual. Good man. He slapped Thomas on the shoulder. Go do it. Then meet me back in the recreation room and I'll give you that 500. I'll be watching you to make sure you get it correct. Thomas smiled. I will. Quentin walked away. Thomas knew his mind was failing him, but he couldn't get this wrong. Vintage champagne. Expensive vintage champagne. He succumbed to the temptation of having just one sip. He smoothed down his beard and then put the crystal goblet to his mouth and tasted the bubbly liquid. It's not all that. He walked out into the huge reception room and walked over to the wedding table with the 2 goblets. Everyone stopped talking when he got there and looked at him. Which one is which? He mumbled to himself. He saw the darker liquid and took a sip to see if it tasted like tea. And then he placed it on the table quickly because he felt he was passing out. Then he put the other glass down. The groom saw the full glass and took a large mouthful while he was talking to his best man. Then the groom took another mouthful. "Excuse me?" the bride asked Thomas. Then she said to Richard, "Hey, did you see what he just did?" Richard turned and stared at Thomas. "I gave you the special drink, sir, I think." Richard glared at him. "Where's the Chambrula 41? Bring it now and get my wife and I fresh glasses." Thomas gasped. "You won't want to do that with your problem." That sparked Richard's anger, and he sprang to his feet. "Richard, I'm trying to tell you, he just took a sip from our drink," Jessica said. Ettie interrupted Thomas's recollections. "You drank out of Jessica's glass before you took it out. That had the poison in it." "I realize that now. I just wanted to see what it would taste like." Ettie heard someone step into the room. She turned, expecting to see Elsa May. She gasped at the sight of Quentin with a gun in his hand. "So, you've got your memory back." Quentin pointed his gun at Thomas. "Quentin, it was you all along." Ettie was equally surprised and disappointed to see that her assumptions were correct. He pointed the gun at her. "That's right. Not so clever, are you? Not as clever as you thought." "Are you going to kill me?" Thomas asked. "That's right. I'm going to do away with both of you." "If you do that, they'll know it was you," Ettie told him. "You've been clever up until now. If you confess, they'll go easier on you.
But you don't want to have 3 murders on your conscience.
He chuckled. I don't think so. I'll kill you both. Then I'll finish off your sister, Ettie. That's right, I saw her in the kitchen just now. Then I'll come back and put the gun in your hand. He stared at Thomas. They'll think you went mad. Maybe they'll think it was you who killed my brother. You killed my brother, then you killed these poor old Amish ladies who were trying to help you. He cackled an evil laugh. Then you turned the gun on yourself. That's perfect, that'll work. I'm a genius. They won't believe I killed anyone, Thomas said. I'd never hurt anyone. They just look at the evidence. They won't do a personality assessment. Quentin pointed the gun at Thomas, who cringed.
Just a minute. Why did you do it?
Ettie asked. Without warning, Elsa May pushed the door open. Hard. I have tea. The door hit Quentin, and he went flying forward, and the gun slipped from his grasp. Ettie saw the gun skid across the floor and hurried to grab it. Elsa May dropped the tray of tea items, saw what was happening, and then sat on Quentin. Ettie's heart pounded as she held the firearm, looking at her sister sitting on Quentin amidst broken crockery and spilled tea. Sirens sounded. Then they heard Kelly's voice over a loudspeaker. Quentin Klondike, we know you're in there. We have the place surrounded. Come out with your hands up. Ettie stared at Quentin to see if he'd move. He was laying there way too still. He's been knocked out cold, Thomas said. He's breathing, Elsa May said. You go out, Ettie, and tell them what happened. Hurry before he comes around. Ettie wasn't comfortable with holding a gun. She opened a cupboard and placed the gun inside.
Me go out?
Thomas isn't well, and I'm sitting on Quentin so he doesn't move. You have to do it, and hurry. What if he wakes up? I'll go out, Thomas said, throwing back his quilt. No, Ettie will do it. Go on, Ettie.
Okay.
Ettie headed to the front door, hoping she wouldn't get shot. She slowly opened the door, raised her arms, and looked around. There were at least 10 guns pointed at her. Lower your guns, Kelly yelled before he placed the loudspeaker on the ground. Then he ran to her. What's going on?
Quentin's in there all right. Elsa May knocked him out, and now she's sitting on him.
His eyebrows pinched together, and for a moment she thought he was going to laugh. He signaled for others to follow as he ran into the house with his gun drawn. Ettie hurried inside right behind them, concerned for Thomas and her sister. By the time she got there, Quentin was cuffed, and Elsa May was sitting next to Thomas. He came here to kill me, Thomas told them. Ettie arrived just in time, and then Elsa May opened the door with the tea tray and knocked him over. Elsa May finished what Thomas was saying. It seems when he fell, he knocked his head on the edge of the fireplace. Kelly looked around at them. Good work. He looked at the officers. Take him away.
Ettie held up her hand. He had a gun. I put it in the cupboard over there.
Ettie pointed. Kelly gave a nod to one of the officers, who put on a glove and carefully placed the gun into an evidence collection bag. They dragged Quentin to his feet, and he slowly opened his eyes and fastened his gaze onto Ettie. The evil in his slitted dark eyes chilled Ettie to the bone. Once he was out of the room, she said,
I can't believe it was he who was the killer. We thought we were helping him. All the while he was playing us for fools.
Kelly said, We were tailing him ever since Thomas came out of the hospital. When Officer Bryant saw him come here and knew Thomas was here unprotected, he put 2 and 2 together. Ettie put her hand gently on Thomas's shoulder and said to Kelly,
Thomas's memory came back, and he can tell you exactly what happened that day.
"I'd love to hear it." He pulled out a small recording device from his pocket and switched it on, while Elsa May leaned down and began to put the shards from the broken teapot and cups onto the tray. "Who said I needed to lose weight, huh?" Elsa May chuckled. "All those extra pounds came in handy today. If he woke up, he wouldn't have been able to move." Ettie put her finger up to her mouth, telling her sister to be quiet as Thomas relayed the whole story to Detective Kelly. Chapter 28. The next day, Ettie and Elsa May went back to make sure Greta and Thomas were okay. As they sat in their small living room, Greta told them some good news. "We've got an excellent offer on this place. We're buying a smaller place." "Wait," Elsa May said. "You're selling your dream?" "We are," Thomas said, "and you'll never guess who's buying it." "Who?" Elsa May asked. "The bride." Ettie couldn't believe it.
Jessica?
"Yes, she loves the place. She said she always has. She's going to go ahead with it as a bed and breakfast." Ettie frowned.
It was the place where her husband was killed, and on her wedding day.
"That's why she's not going to live here, but she said it doesn't stop her from loving the place. She's going to employ people to run it." "And it won't be us," Thomas said. Ettie nodded.
I'm glad it's worked out well for the both of you.
"After what happened to Thomas, we both decided we don't want to spend the rest of our years working. We've worked hard all our lives, and now we don't have to. We're going to buy a small house and just enjoy the rest of our days, just like the two of you are doing." Ettie and Elsa May looked at each other and smiled. "That sounds like a good idea."
As long as you have enough things to fill your days,
Ettie added. "We do. Thomas likes tinkering with his woodwork, and I'll keep on with my cooking and baking. I might find a little shop that will take my cookies or give them to charity for bake sales and such." Elsa May grinned. "Sounds like you've got everything worked out." Greta looked over at Thomas. "I think it'll be the best for us. And we were so blinded by the enormity of this project we'd taken on that we didn't even ask ourselves if this is what we still wanted. In a way, what happened was a blessing in disguise." "I can't believe that man was setting me up to kill that poor woman. I could never have lived with myself." Thomas shook his head. "You weren't to know he had such wicked plans," Elsa May told him. "That doesn't make me feel any better."
we're all safe now. Quentin is behind bars, and Detective Kelly is convinced he'll be denied bail, considering what he did yesterday.
The ginger cat jumped up on Ettie, causing her to nearly spill her tea. "Get down, Pickles," Greta said as she got up and picked up the cat from Ettie. Then she put him on the floor. "So, when do you move?" asked Elsa May. Greta sat down again. "Jessica said she'd push the sale through as quickly as she could. It's all cash, so it should move through the system easily. Then we just have to find somewhere to live. We're going to start looking tomorrow." "I'm happy for you," Elsa May said.
Me too. This will be the best thing for you."
Greta patted Pickles. "I think so, too. We thought we wanted a bed and breakfast, and now we don't. How suddenly things can change. God changed our direction." Elsa May smiled. "It sounds like a very good change of direction." Ettie nodded in agreement. As Ettie and Elsa May walked into town after their visit to Greta and Thomas, Ettie said,
I'm pleased for them. They've got a ton of money for the bed and breakfast, and they're going to enjoy life instead of working hard in their final years.
It's funny how life works. They do deserve some pleasant happenings in their life after what poor Thomas went through.
What made you think to make tea yesterday, and then you burst through the door, knocking Quentin off his feet?
Elsa May chuckled. I don't know. I just felt like a cup of hot tea to settle my tummy after your buggy driving. You were swerving all over the place.
I'm glad you did.
I know what you're thinking, Ettie.
And what's that?
You can't wait to get home and write about everything that happened in that journal of yours. Ettie laughed. She didn't have the energy to explain once more that it wasn't that kind of book.
I might do that.
I know you will. Later that day, not too long after Elsa May and Ettie arrived at home, they received a visit from Detective Kelly. Elsa May answered the door, and Ettie was behind her. I want to thank you both. If you hadn't been at Thomas's side, we might have been too late to reach him. Come in and have a seat, Elsa May said. Don't worry about Snowy. When we saw you from the window, we put Snowy in the other room. Thank you. I will come in just quickly. Once he was seated, Ettie asked,
One thing I can't work out was the poison you found at Jessica's house.
Quentin admitted to planting it there and putting some of it in the lawyer's car as well. He's told us everything, hoping to get a lighter sentence. He said he wasn't going to kill Thomas. He just wanted to scare him.
Oh, well, that's good. But I don't believe it's true.
And I never asked how the lawyer got off those charges early on. He claimed he had diminished mental capacity. His doctor said he had early Alzheimer's disease, and we knew we wouldn't be able to win in a court of law. Those lawyers can be slippery.
When did you suspect Quentin?
Only in the last couple of days. We started looking at the case from the angle of what if Richard wasn't the intended victim. The logical victim was Jessica, and who would have benefited from her death? Quentin was trying to save his brother from a gold digger. You see, when everyone was gathered around Richard in the library, Quentin was hiding the glass with the poison. Both the bride's and the groom's glasses went missing.
He must have felt so terrible when he realized his plot had gone wrong and he'd killed his only living relative.
Ettie shook her head. Indeed, he had to have intended to kill Thomas, too, for his plan to have worked. Yes, Ettie and I discussed that. It's awful. Elsa May made tisk-tisk sounds. I do apologize for putting you in such close range of a killer. I assure you I had no idea when I suggested you keep Quentin away from me that he was a murderer.
We know that, Ettie said. It's quite all right. Everything turned out well in the end. You got the killer, and Thomas is safe.
And Jessica ends up a very rich woman. Did you know she wants to buy the bed and breakfast? Kelly asked.
Yes, Greta told us that, and they've agreed to sell it to her. They want a quiet life now, after what's happened.
I'd imagine at their ages they want to enjoy what's left of their lives. Elsa May nodded. I'd say so, and I think Jessica's offering enough money to allow them to live comfortably for the rest of their days. Kelly grinned. I'm glad some good has come out of this. Well, I'll be home in time to go out for dinner with the wife tonight. All my paperwork is done, too. Elsa May wasn't listening. See, Ettie, I knew it wasn't Kevin. He was such a nice man, and he was even trying to get us some wedding cake.
So you think someone who likes cake won't be capable of murdering anyone?
Ettie frowned. What's this about cake? Detective Kelly asked. Don't worry about Ettie, Elsa May said. We just got some lovely pieces of lemon meringue pie from our favorite cake shop. Care to share some with us as a pre-dinner snack? Did you say lemon meringue pie? Elsa May smiled. I sure did. How did you know that's my favorite, Mrs. Lutz? Elsa May giggled. It's everyone's, isn't it? Come into the kitchen and we can eat in there. Come along, Ettie. You can make us some coffee to go along with it.
Ettie got to her feet.
Will Mrs. Kelly be waiting for you, Detective?
She won't mind waiting a little longer. She knows I'm coming. I told her I was coming here to see you first.
Oh, Detective Kelly, did you know Ettie writes her thoughts down in a book? Elsa May chortled.
No, I didn't.
Detective Kelly gave Ettie a quizzical look. Ettie rolled her eyes, knowing it was going to be a very long night. This has been Amish Dead and Breakfast, written by Samantha Price and narrated by Sarah Morse. Copyright 2021 by Samantha Price. Production copyright 2021 by Samantha Price.